What's gonna happen to you? You have woke up too soon and found the world rearranged, and now your feelings have changed. Say goodbye to before. You are not welcome anymore. The door's been shown to you. Only as we go through, we run into the night. No sound, no vision, no sight, and the words to explain. Just mountains of change. What's gonna happen to you? You have woke up too soon, and the world is rearranged. And now your feelings have changed. Ooh, today I saw a shadow. And I had the feeling there would be another one in the winter time and one in the summer. When the river's still, we would not help ourselves. It's very easy to do. We never needed to. And the first light started a fire in the forest. Can you remember the day we had to separate, and nobody knows what's tearing us apart? 'Cause we're part of one another. We're side apart. When the river was still, we would not help ourselves. It's very easy to do. We never needed to. Today I saw a flower.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for the 4th annual Girls 20 Summit here from Moscow. What you just saw was a video of a recap of our last 3 summits. And I hope that you see in the next video that we show you in a couple of days the delegates that we have here today. My name is Farah Mohamed, and I'm the president of the Girls 20 Summit. So we're doing things a bit differently here today, this year. Using Google Hangout, we'll be bringing to you speakers from around the world. We're able to do this because we're coming to you from the energetic and innovative headquarters of Google Moscow, led by Julia and her team, in particular Gulnara. So thank you very much. Please join me in thanking Google Moscow. What they've done is put on a workshop, allowed us to use their place, and they have fed us. So thank you. So we've been in Moscow for a couple of days together, and I wanted to give you an idea of what happened before we actually turned the camera on today. Over the past 2 days, our delegates have experienced a journey that has taken them from the steps of the Kremlin to exploring their skills in technology, in leadership, communications, and public affairs. And I'd like to thank Google, Workbay.net, Norton Rose Fulbright, Michaela and Partners, Caterpillar, McDonald's, the Nike Foundation, the UN Foundation for investing in our delegates. It is so important that when they come here, they walk away with skills, and the first 2 days are all about skills building and building ideas and trying to figure out what is it they're going to make of this summit experience. And without those workshops, we really wouldn't come as far in such a short period of time as we do. So thank you very much to those content partners for being with us and working with us to cultivate ideas with our delegates. This morning, we actually met with Deputy Prime Minister Golodets, and I think it's fair to say on behalf of the delegates that she was an unbelievable, very candid woman who shared with us what she thinks is working in Russia, what she thinks could be improved in Russia, and also that she sees these girls as true leaders coming forward. With this pre-summit training under their belts and the conversations they've had as the one this morning, I'm now going to give the floor over to our delegates to introduce themselves, to tell us their name, their country, and their advice for G20 leaders. I'm going to start with our African Union delegate from Tunisia, Soumeya.
Hi, my name is Soumaya. I'm from Tunisia and I represent the African Union. My advice to the G20 leaders is to take women's voices into account during the decision-making process, because thanks to them, change will happen.
Good afternoon, I'm Maggie Liuzzi, I'm from Argentina, and my advice to the G20 leaders is to finally recognize the huge importance of young girls' claims around the world, who will finally become the leaders of tomorrow's economic change.
Hi, my name is Linda and I'm the delegate representing Australia. My advice for the G20 leaders is to invest in alternative forms of education for women across the globe, in particular things like foreign language training so that women in developing countries are able to take advantage of new global opportunities in the global marketplace.
My name is Lara, I'm representing Brazil, and my piece of advice to the 20 leaders is to hear the voice and ideas of girls and women, because they are the agent of change now and in the future.
Hi, I'm Morgane, I'm representing Canada. My advice for G20 leaders is to invest in families by supporting fathers in the home and mothers in the workplace.
Hi, I'm Helen and I'm the delegate of China, and my advice for the G20 leaders is to engage more boys and men in the economic empowerment of girls and women.
I am Arianna, I'm from Portugal, but I'm representing the European Union. My advice for the G20 leaders is for them to start to see women as transformers of their communities.
Hello, my name is Violette and I represent France, and my advice to the G20 leaders is to stop talking about girls and start talking with girls.
Hi, my name is Luca and I'm from Germany, and the advice I would like to give to G20 leaders is to only make promises they can actually keep.
Hi, my name is Ashani and I'm from India. One piece of advice that I would like to give to the G20 leaders is to establish more financial institutions to provide entrepreneurship training and easy credit for girls and women, especially in developing countries. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Putri from Indonesia. My advice to G20 leaders is please supporting the girls and women empowerment in education, technology, and business sectors.
Ciao, my name is Isabella. I'm from Italy. My advice for G20 leaders is to invest heavily in kindergartens and in elderly care. In this way, we will permit to more women to stay in the labor force and to have a family at the same time.
Hello, my name is Carmina. I'm the delegate of Japan, and my advice to G20 leaders is to empower women both economically and socially by enacting policies that encourage them to enter the technology entrepreneurship field.
Hi, my name is Sofía Isadora Padilla Muñoz. I am the Years 20 delegate from Mexico, and my advice to the G20 leaders is to promote education as a way for young women, college education for young women, to easily they can create new business.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elena, and I'm representing Russian Federation. And my piece of advice to G20 leaders is just to listen young girls' voice, because every single one of us has something important to say.
Hello, I am Marwa. I'm representing Saudi Arabia. My piece of advice for the G20 leaders is to listen to girls' voices and listen to the youth. And thank you.
I'm Nuntagozo representing South Africa. My piece of advice to G20 leaders is to help women producers have access to help women have access to
sorry. It's okay. Take your time.
Okay.
Lots of G20 leaders do that. They have to take their time. So
Yes.
don't worry.
Okay. My advice to G20 leaders is to help women producers have up-to-date access on production premises and technology.
Hi, my name is Yumin and I'm from South Korea. My piece of advice to G20 leader is to provide more incentives for those companies who engage a lot of women so that a lot of women can be in the economic sector. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dinara, and I'm representing Turkey in the Girls 20 Summit. My advice to G20 leaders is to make women's education a priority in both domestic and foreign policies.
Hi, I'm Ellie from England, and I'm the United Kingdom's representative. And my message to the G20 leaders would be to ensure that all children are learning of the Millennium Development Goals because they are the key to our future.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and I'm representing the United States of America. My advice to G20 leaders is to put girls like us, the G20 girls, on your advisory boards so that we are ready for top leadership positions.
Well, thank you very much. Obviously, you can see that we've got a great group of girls, and this is why I call that other group of G20 the other G20. I always refer to the Girls 20 as the G20. So a big round of applause for our delegates. I just can't wait to see what you come up with in terms of the actual line-by-line recommendations that they look at and they see, why didn't we think of that? So before I move on, I do want to call special attention to a few people. Jennifer Hollett plays a dual role at the summit this year. Every year from the very beginning, Jennifer has served as our official Girls 20 Summit moderator, which what that means is she takes all these great ideas, has a conversation with the girls over the course of one day, and at the end of that day, they have a communique that they can be proud of, that they own, that are their ideas, and then that's what we present to the G20 leaders. So Jen, thank you very much for being that moderator every year. I'm sure that we've got some good stamps in your passport by now. Jen has also agreed this year to be our on-site coordinator, being with the girls every step of the way and helping them actually navigate Moscow. So thank you very much, Jen. Also, I'd like to say thank you to Zelina. Zelina is also serving as our on-site coordinator, is from Russia. So thank you so much for teaching us about a country that many of us don't know very much about. You've been a fantastic ambassador for your country. I'd like to also point out that we have a young woman who's serving as our intern. Her name is Isabella Goldenberg, and Isabella has been doing all types of things, and the reason we brought her in is because hopefully one day somebody like Isabella, if not Isabella, will be standing up here, or one of you, leading the Girls 20 Summit. So thank you very much. And finally, I'd like to thank our volunteers. We came to Russia, and the best thing that you can do is ask the advice of people who live in the country in which you're going. And through Nina and through Leslie, who has joined us just recently, we had an opportunity to have 3 or 4 Russian students who are doing their exams today, otherwise they'd be in this room. They've worked tirelessly, and I would like to extend my personal thanks to them for working with us and being with us since we arrived here in Moscow. So a round of applause to all those people. So just a few words about the themes of the Girls 20 Summit. Every year we pick 2 themes under the title of Opportunity Gained, and this year we're looking exactly at the G20 leaders' agenda. So they're looking at jobs, growth, and investment. We're doing the same. The second day is always something around opportunity lost. If you don't do something about this issue, you're losing out on an opportunity. This year we're looking at the eradication of early forced marriages. We'll get into this more tomorrow, but I'll just leave this with you. 14.2 million girls get married in forced marriages every single year. 10 years, that's 142 million girls that we're taking out of the system. I won't say more about that, but tomorrow we will explore that theme. The Girls 20 Summit is a unique platform. I think everyone here every day has heard me talk about the importance of our partners. I'd like to really put a spotlight on them. You saw at the end of the video a whole bunch of partners come together, and I'd like to put a spotlight on a few in particular. First of all, we have about 50 partners who help us find these amazing girls, amazing young women. And if we didn't have those partners on the ground in the different countries, we would not have found you. So to them, a global thank you. We also put a very specific premium on partnerships because it's not about funding. Having a summit like this is not just about the money. It's about the ideas. It's about the content. And in particular, I'd like to thank Caterpillar, Girl Up, United Nations, Norton Rose Fulbright, Nike Foundation, the Novo Foundation, the Gerald Schwartz and Heather Reisman Foundation, Kinross, Workbay.net, Académie Diplomatique Internationale, Macro Blue, and Mikhailov and Partners. On behalf of the delegates and my team, thank you so very much, not just for your funding, which of course is important to any event, but for your ideas and your commitment of time to make sure that as we make our decisions, we do it with real information. So to all of you, thank you so very much. I don't have a lot of time, but I just want to really synthesize for you why we're here today, how we got here, and where do we go from here. Just very quickly, a couple of years ago, I was serving on a panel through the Clinton Global Initiative, and it was called the Network for Advancing Girls and Women. And in that room were about 100 different representatives of private sector, the social sector. By the way, I don't call it the not-for-profit sector. We, in fact, are the social profit sector. And this group of people decided that they were going to make a 10-year commitment to keeping the issue on the agenda, because things come and go. Issues are popular one day and not popular the next. But this group of organizations, senior level people from around the world, made this commitment. And through this, organizations like ours have been able to say, look, from the perspective of investments, you need to invest in girls and women. So this has been something that has been a work in progress, and it will continue. So I think it's very important that we understand that we have just started this process. The decisive, the decade for girls and women is about 2 years in. We have a lot of work to do. So I look at all the delegates when I say that, because the burden really is on you to go back and start doing things in your own community. So how does the Girls 20 Summit contribute to this? While we call ourselves the Girls 20 Summit, we're really more than an organization that gets together once a year and makes new friends and then sings Kumbaya and everyone goes home. No, that's not what we do. We have a huge lineup in the months leading up to this. The delegates are probably looking at me saying, how much more did I have to read? How much more did I have to learn? How many times were you guys going to email me? It's because we want them to come here prepared. We want them to understand industries and the issues. So we do a lot of work on the front end, and then there are 3 major phases. There's the workshop phase that I've told you a little bit about. There's the summit itself, and then there's the delegate-led initiatives. And I'd like to point out this year, we've just launched on our website, which is girls20summit.com. If you go to the summit tab and you go to delegate initiatives, they own that space. You look at that map, you put your cursor on somewhere in that map, and you'll see a picture of one of our past delegates and a description of what they've done. And I'm proud of them for doing that, because they can come to a summit, go back home, and do nothing with that experience, or they can do something with that experience. So I encourage all of you guys to look at that map and see yourselves after this summit, describing who you are and what you've done. I'd also like to take that opportunity to thank Macro Blue, who is our designer of our website and allows us to tell our story to the world. Now I'd like to highlight a few special things about the summit this year. I told you a little bit about our meeting this morning with the Deputy Prime Minister, Madame Golodets. We also will have an opportunity at the end of the summit to meet with the main Sherpa to President Putin, Ms. Ksenia Yudeva. I apologize in advance if I'm not saying the names correctly. She will be meeting with the girls for about a half an hour to hear directly from them of their ideas. And the reason that's important is because Ms. Yudeva will then go to President Putin. Of course, the invitation is open if he'd like to come and join us in that meeting. But she will go and she will debrief him on the ideas. And because he is, in fact, the chair of the G20, we then share that information with all of the ambassadors, ministers of finance, ministers of agriculture. I've probably missed a few prime ministers and presidents, so we know that they get our information. Otherwise, we've had a great meeting and it doesn't go anywhere. So we are very thankful to Ksenia and Svetlana Lukesh from the Office of the Sherpa to make this possible. Also, I'd like to extend a personal thanks to Ambassador John Sloan. The first meeting I have when I go to a country to figure out the Girls 20 Summit is to meet with the Canadian ambassador. He's been phenomenal. His staff have been great, and we will have a reception by invitation only. I'm sorry we can't have everyone there at his place at the very end of the summit. Finally, I know that I've got to wrap up, so I'm going to tell you that on your programs or on our website, there are many different ways to be part of the conversation. There's Google+, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and LinkedIn. We encourage you to join the conversation by using these handles and tweeting with the hashtag Girls20Summit. And now, I'm very pleased to introduce Elaine Kunda. Elaine, I was going to read out every single thing I know about you, but that would take too long. I'm going to introduce Elaine by saying two things. One, and this is not the most important, but she is our an advisor to the Girls 20 Summit Committee. And Elaine, in her business life, has been a serial entrepreneur. She's started businesses, opened businesses, closed businesses. She's working on a business now. She has a degree from McMaster University. She is a phenomenal woman with vision, with innovative ideas, and with a commitment that I have seen come to life over the last 6 months. And without her, we would not have the summit that we have. So it is my pleasure to invite to the podium to take over for the rest of the day, Elaine Kunda.
Wow, I'm so excited and thrilled to be here. And for you girls, this is the first time you've seen me with makeup and high heels and actually looking presentable. So hello. Thank you, Farah, and hello to our sponsors and to our viewers online. We have an amazing agenda ahead of us today through use of Google Hangouts, video, and we will have some live panelists. We are going to be talking about a topic that's very important to me and hopefully important to many of you in this room, which is technology. We believe that growth and opportunity for people, and especially women, will come from increased understanding, access to technology. To start out, I had the pleasure of interviewing Arianna Huffington last week in New York City at the Huffington Post studio. And not only is she an incredibly bright, successful, and accomplished woman, but she was just a delight to be around. And I was very grateful to have the opportunity to be in her company. So we have, unfortunately, she wasn't able to be with us live, but we did tape a video that we are going to share with you today. So please take your attention to the screen, and we will share the video with you. Hi, my name is Elaine Kunda, and I'm an advisor with the Girls 20 Summit. I'm here today in New York City with the illustrious Arianna Huffington, a woman who really needs no introduction, but I will take a few moments to share some of your many successes with the girls today. Arianna Huffington is the chair, president, and editor-in-chief of the Huffington Post Media Group, a nationally syndicated columnist and author of 13 books. In May 2005, she launched the Huffington Post, a news blog and site that quickly became the most widely read, linked to, and frequently cited media brands on the internet. In 2012, the site won a Pulitzer Prize for national reporting. In 2006, and again in 2011, she was named the Time 100 Time Magazine's list of the world's 100 most influential people. Originally from Greece, she moved to England when she was 16 and graduated from Cambridge University with a master's in economics. At the age of 21, she became president of the famed debating society, the Cambridge Union. Arianna, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule.
Thank you, Elaine. It's great to be with you.
Thank you. So I have a few questions today that we're excited to get your answers. The girls, the 21 delegates, will be watching this video in Moscow in just about a week. So we're excited to hear what you have to share with them. So my first question, as you know, the Girls 20 is about cultivating a new generation of leaders. And you have been a role model and inspiration for girls and women of every age. And what we'd really like to do is have you share some personal information about what makes you tick, what motivates you, and also share some of your first big business win and maybe your first big disappointment in business.
Well, first of all, I just want to say how excited I am to be speaking with you and through you, the girls, because I have two daughters who are in college, and there's nothing more important to me than making sure that the next generation of women leaders grow up feeling completely empowered to take on any challenge and achieve anything. And from my experience, the first thing is to overcome our own fears and doubts. That's why I wrote a book called On Becoming Fearless, which was really for my daughters, because women tend to want to do everything perfectly, and we need to learn to just accept that perfection is not of this world, and not to let our own judgments and especially self-judgments get in the way. In my case, I was a very self-judgmental person. I had this voice in my head that I called the obnoxious roommate living in my head, that was constantly kind of putting me down and making me question what I was doing. And speaking of failures, you know, I suppose my first big failure was my second book. When I decided I wanted to be a writer, my first book actually was very successful, and then I wanted to write a book on leadership. Okay. And I wrote the book, and it was rejected by 36 publishers. And during that whole time, you know, I started questioning whether I really was meant to be a writer, whether I had picked the wrong profession. I also ran out of money. And what really helped me during that difficult period, I was living in London at the time, was persevering, trusting, and not letting my fears and disappointments get in the way. And when I ran out of money, I remember I was walking down St. James's Street in London, and I saw Barclays Bank, and I went in, asked to see the bank manager, and asked for a loan. And believe it or not, he gave it to me.
Wow.
I still sent him a holiday card every year. But for me, this was a little bit about remembering that very often in our lives, if we look back, any one of us, we see that as in fairy tales, when the hero or the heroine is lost in a dark forest, there are all these helpful animals that come out to help us find our way out. And in life too, there are helpful animals disguised as bank managers or whatever, who are there ready to help us. So to remember that as we go through challenges, and we always will go through challenges.
For sure. Well, thank you for that. I've read a lot lately about your idea of redefining success, and I find that very interesting, and I think it's important for young women and all people to really understand what success looks like, and I'd love for you to share your thoughts on that.
Yes, that's something which is incredibly important to me right now. You know, we tend to define success in terms of mostly two things, money and power, and this is for me like a two-legged stool. You know, it doesn't really work long term. And that's why we launched a section on the Huffington Post and a conference last week that we called Redefining Success, the third metric. The third metric, we deliberately did not give it a specific name because it includes a few things. The first is a sense of our own well-being. Very often people, especially when they're starting in their careers, you know, work round the clock, burn out to the detriment of their health and their sense of well-being. So we need to prioritize well-being and consider well-being an element of success, because what's the point of having money and power if your health has been impaired? The other one is wisdom. You know, we need to really make a point of connecting with our own wisdom, which often includes disconnecting from technology in order to connect with ourselves.
Which we could all learn to do better.
Exactly. And, you know, I've been meditating for many years, and I find that an incredibly effective way to disconnect from all the everyday issues I'm dealing with and connect with something deeper. Then, two more things. Empathy and giving. I mean, this is kind of critical, that we need to learn to be empathetic, that success is not just about taking, but about giving. And finally, a sense of wonder about life. You know, there's something magical about life, you know, with all its difficulties, and very often we forget to notice the little things.
Right.
And remembering that can add an enormous amount of gratitude to our lives.
And is this something that is new in your life, or have you always been able to embrace these four other things, the third leg of the stool?
Intermittently, but then in 2007 I had a kind of rude awakening when I fainted from exhaustion. And broke my cheekbone, got 4 stitches on my right eye, and that was the beginning of really taking these things much more to heart and making them much more of a priority in my life.
Do you think that's something, that wisdom comes with age and experience, or do you think it's something that these girls could be learning they're all between the ages of 18 and 20?
Well, obviously wisdom comes with age and experience, but I feel that you can have a shortcut. There is no reason why you need to go through all the same difficulties and tribulations, because you have that wisdom in you right now. You don't have to be my age to have that wisdom. It's just a question of taking the time to tap into it.
Right. And I think that's the very reason we bring such amazing people together to share with these girls so that they can take these shortcuts. So thank you. There are many powerful men and women who are speaking out openly and frankly about the fact that there is an enormous gender gap in business and also in society as a whole. Organizations like the World Bank and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, as well as individuals like yourself, Sheryl Sandberg, Archbishop Tutu, are speaking openly and frankly. And what my question for you is, how do we take this from conversation to execution? And what do you think are the steps that need to be taken to get more women in the boardroom, but also in positions of leadership and power?
I think 2 things. What Sheryl Sandberg is saying about leaning in, overcoming our own fears, making sure we ask for what we want is very important. But also we need to change the workplace, because very often women don't want a place at the top if that means leading a life which is fueled by burnout. So I think when women want to be able to integrate all aspects of themselves, it's going to be much easier to achieve a larger number of women at the top of businesses, governments, etc., if we have a workplace that's more humane and more sustainable. And that means if we redefine success for everybody, not just for women, but for men. And for women, it's even more important because we internalize stress more. So the data is very, very disturbing. Women in stressful jobs have a 40% greater, they are at 40% greater risk of a heart disease and 60% greater risk of diabetes. So this is something very real, and that's why we need to have workplaces that can reduce the amount of stress that work produces. Here in the Huffington Post newsroom where we are now, we have 2 nap rooms. We have weekly yoga classes, meditation classes, breathing exercises classes, and we've also launched an app which is free from the App Store, if you have an iPhone, called GPS for the Soul.
Right, I read about that.
You know, it gives you a proxy for your stress level, your heart rate variability, and then you can create a personalized guide to help you course correct.
Interesting. So out of curiosity, are these nap rooms and programs that you've put in place, are they widely used and accepted?
Yes, and it's really made a huge difference in people's lives here in our offices. We're opening a new office in Washington, which is actually going to have dedicated meditation, yoga, and nap rooms. And we believe that it also shows all our employees that we care for them as human beings and not just as robots producing things. And in the end, there's no question that people are more productive and more effective.
And I think it's important to point out that we're focused on girls and women, but I think this is applicable to all employees, and it's not just about women.
It's
absolutely.
It's just that
people.
It's just that women would kind of lead the way to changing the way things are, because men made it the way they
That's
they
right.
are.
I always say if there were more women at the boardroom table, the conversation would change much faster, and we just need to get more in there to make that happen. So thank you. The delegates watching this video have a really unique opportunity. They are going to be giving a platform and a voice to present to G20 leaders their suggestions and recommendations for change for women globally. And I would love to hear, and I'm sure they would also love to hear, your thoughts and what your recommendations would be for them with this great opportunity in front of them, what they should be saying to these leaders for change for women.
Well, the G20 leaders have already made a declaration in favor of all these women's rights, equal pay, equal access to education, etc. So I think the request should be to move from declarations to action.
Right.
That is really the key now. It's sort of the time has stopped. It's no longer about talking, but about doing. And when we have hundreds of thousands of young women dying at childbirth or because of pregnancy complications, that's like a first primary step, which is young women's health. And then the next one is access to education and STEM education. Even here in the United States, we need women after high school especially to be encouraged and to move into STEM college degrees and STEM jobs which are in such high demand. Yeah. And also the G20 governments can see the power of social media to organize these young women around all these issues of education, of health. We have a dedicated section on the Huffington Post about global maternal health, right. And also about service. Mm-hmm. A lot of these young women want their lives to be about service, so they need to be helped along the way to overcome these very, very basic challenges that they are facing.
It's interesting that you mentioned the STEM careers. One of our big mandates and focus for the conference is how do we get more women interested in STEM-related education and fields. And we did produce a video with my alma mater, actually, on how to get more women in engineering in particular. The numbers are quite shocking. There's still such a few number of women in engineering and especially in technology. Do you have any thoughts on that? And
what is
what have you
interesting
seen?
is that they drop off after high school, certainly in the States. And we find that when women have people in their lives who can help them discover all the possibilities around engineering or STEM education. Megan Smith at Google has a whole program around encouraging women in technology, making sure that they know about all the role models. At our conference on Redefining Success last week, we had Padma Sri Warrior, who is the Chief Technology Officer at Cisco. She's absolutely amazing, and she's doing it her own way. She's one of the top leaders in technology, but she also tells everybody that she gets 7 hours sleep a night. She writes haikus, she meditates. She can show a different way to do these very challenging sort of jobs at the top without in any way sacrificing the lives that many women want to have.
Right. And I think it really is about awareness, and one of the things that we've really focused on is that the success that women have when they do enter into these professions is quite phenomenal, that it's not that they can't do it or that they don't have a natural instinct for it, it's just getting them into it, and that's one of the things that we're really focused on. So that was it for me, my questions. I don't know if you have anything else that you want to share with the girls before we sign off, but
I just want to say congratulations for being part of this great journey, and I want to invite you to write about your journey and your experience on the Huffington Post. And in order to make it easy, I'm going to give you my email address so you can write directly to me, Arianna, with 1 R and 2 N's, at huffingtonpost.com.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It was
Thank
wonderful
you so
to see you
much.
again. Thank you. So now you can see for yourself what a delightful woman she is. I think there are a couple of key messages that I took away from that interview. One, support for mothers in the workplace. A second is about preventing burnout and integrating tools into the workplace to make sure that people aren't burning out. Redefining what success means and looks like, and also about being fearless. So unfortunately, Arianna isn't available for questions today, but I'm curious to know if there are any comments from the girls, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions that you may have on her behalf. Okay.
If you could just wait for a microphone.
Hello, so I'm Violette from France. I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to say that it's really interesting to see a woman who is so powerful and has done so much talk about her failures, which is something that we don't often hear about. We always hear only the success stories of women who are entrepreneurs or women who are CEOs, but we don't often hear about their path to this career, like how they made it there and how hard maybe it was to make it, how they had to handle maybe money problems, as she said, or I don't know, other kind of problems. So I thought that was really interesting.
Absolutely, and I think Arianna is definitely one woman who is more than willing to talk about her successes as well as her failures. Any other questions, comments?
Hi, I'm Jenny from the United States, and I have a quick comment and a quick question. First of all, we had a leadership training with Norton Rose earlier this week, and they were telling us that there were these strong poses that we can give when in certain ways to hold our body in terms of talking and presenting power. And I just thought that how interesting that she presented herself as such a humble person, and she's yet so powerful. My question to her, and I guess to you as well, is how did you do it? How did you get up to the top despite the failures? This can be logistical, but it can also be like, where did your inspiration come from?
So it would be unfair of me to speak on behalf of Arianna, but I can, having followed her career, make some suggestions as to what I believe is probably the case. Arianna, her first book was about being fearless, and I think that that is a key factor to her success. It's a book I do suggest all of you read, and I think that that's an important message that she wants young women of all ages to understand, that you can't do anything if you're afraid to take the first step. The next thing I would say is hard work and believing in herself. She has put in the time, she's put in the effort, but I do want to point out that I think she wants to make it very clear that you don't have to work yourself to the bone 18 hours a day to be successful. This was the wisdom she wanted to share with you to help you skip some of the steps that she skipped. She was known for her accident when she fell, it was from exhaustion, and I think that she's learned now that getting proper sleep and having a clear mind is very important for decision making, and sometimes when you're climbing the ladder, that's difficult to see. So I think those would be two things that she would probably agree with me on that are fair statements on her behalf. Are there any other questions? Oh, one more.
Hey Elaine, thanks for doing that amazing interview with Arianna Huffington. So I'm Linda, I'm the delegate representing Australia, and I wanted to hear from you in relation to Arianna, because you both are women, are very inspiring women who work in media, and how do you think it is for women in the media landscape, whether it is in America or elsewhere, to be accepted for who they are as women rather than trying to mimic the attitudes or the perspectives of men?
That's a great question. I can tell you from my experience, I've never had any issues as far as getting jobs and moving up the ladder because I'm a female. I think that fortunately in Canada and the US, that isn't a huge issue. The issue becomes more about understanding the rules of engagement, understanding the language that's being spoken at the table, and once you figure that out, if you're willing to work hard, and the opportunity is there. Having said all of that, I was written up in an article a while back. I was asked to speak at a conference, a digital media conference, and I arrived, and my comment was, I thought that I was at a bachelor party, not a conference, because there were so many men and no women. And my question was, where are all of the women in digital media? So despite the fact that there are no real barriers to entry, there still remains such few number of women in the media space, and it's something that I personally have been working hard to change. Okay.
Because we all recognise that social media, new media, digital media is the way of the future. So what kind of solutions do you have to addressing the dearth of women in those fields?
So yeah, social media is something that's critical to success of most businesses. We've seen it impact campaigns. We've seen it act as a form of to organize people to make change. So understanding social media, I believe, is critical for everyone that's entering into the workforce, but not just understanding social media as it relates to your everyday life, but understanding the power and the tools and what you can use social media for. And I wish there was an opportunity, maybe the next summit we can do a talk on how to use social media, but it's something that I do a lot of speaking on at home, and using the power of social media to advance yourself and your career. Okay, I think that will wrap up the questions. So the next item on our agenda, I feel like this is the Elaine show for the next little while. We are talking a lot about women in technology, or the lack thereof, and STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and math, related fields are very greatly underrepresented by females. And what we want to do are bring ideas and solutions to you girls so that you can make recommendations that are actionable. And so we came up with the idea of going to a school that is quite involved with engineering and research, and ask the question of faculty and students as to why there are so few women, in this case, in engineering. So I'm very excited to share a video that came to fruition very quickly, but turned out quite well, that asks this very question and hopefully answers it for you. So.
What I would tell the girls and young women about my experience with engineering is that it's so rewarding and it's just so interesting.
What I would tell other girls is engineering is so much more than what you think it is. It's such a broad field, and a lot of girls just don't know that.
You can make a change in the world one day with what you've learned.
Would you like to travel to Mars? Be the next big internet success? Do you dream of discovering a cure for cancer or protecting our rivers and oceans from pollution? All of these things require engineering. In very real and concrete ways, women who become engineers save lives, prevent disease, reduce poverty, and protect our planet. My name is Elaine Kunda, and I'm a proud member of the McMaster Alumni Board of Directors and a lead advisor of the Girls 20 Summit. The Girls 20 is an organization which promotes the economic empowerment, education, and entrepreneurial training of girls and women globally. I'm here today on the beautiful McMaster University campus to explore the pressing need for more women in the field of engineering worldwide.
Women like to be relevant societally, we like to solve problems, and stereotypically people don't see engineering as doing that. They see engineers as building bridges and making better engines for cars, and maybe not solving problems like how do we make a better heart valve or how do we clean up our water.
Why the ratio is lower is gender stereotypes are all over, and also social beliefs in terms of what is the most suitable job for women.
Move forward a little bit, what you're looking for is the Xbox Kinect to pick up your face, and you know it's done that when you get kind of a yellow mesh over it.
With encouragement and McMaster's supportive environment, Trinette has succeeded in taking a difficult personal event and turning it into a remarkable innovation.
My mother had a bad accident and has been in a wheelchair for the last 6 months, and just watching her go about her daily life and just trying to complete tasks that we would take for granted, I can see that the support for people with these kind of limitations isn't there. And I feel that anything that I can do in terms of engineering to help make lives better, I should really do that. So what we've done is we've taken the Xbox Kinect and written an application that will track a person's face, and we will translate the movement from that tracking into the movement of a cursor across a screen. And then what we've done is we've built a specific headset that will pick up EEG signals, and by closing your eyes you can actually change the ratio of these signals. So in essence, your face becomes the mouse for a computer and closing your eyes is the click.
I did it!
If we were to get the word out there that engineers actually solve today's problems, I think that we would get a larger number of young women interested in the field.
Although women represent half the world's population, they are greatly underrepresented in the field of engineering.
There was a recent statistic that women in STEM careers earned 33% more money than their equivalents in non-STEM careers.
STEM is an acronym used to describe education and careers in science, technology, engineering, and math. The undeniable truth is more girls choosing STEM-related professions can have a profound impact on society, both socially and economically.
McMaster Engineering is actually doing quite a bit in terms of supporting and promoting women in engineering, and it's one of the main components of the current strategic plan. One of the targets in that plan was to double the number of female faculty, which is very important because they serve as role models for our undergraduate students. When there's more women in it, then the women who are there also feel more comfortable.
Although girls represent only 15 to 25% of the student population in engineering courses in the G20 countries, they are excelling in making their voices heard.
The girls in our programs are extremely involved in all kinds of different things. So our student presidents have been women over the past number of years. They become very involved in things like our summer camps and various programs within engineering. They're very involved with initiatives like Engineers Without Borders and that type of thing that has an impact on society. So not only are they successful academically, but they're making their mark on other aspects of the world.
Whether it's, building a small piece of code and having it run properly with the correct answer, or, going through a full year design project, there's always something that you can look back on and say, I did that and it works and it's great.
Engineering is a field that you could actually get into and make a difference.
With engineering, you're limited only by your imagination. Develop a new technology, design a community, explore a new planet, save a life. It's up to you. I promise there are no more videos with me in them. I'd like to turn our attention now to our first panel. We have two people live on stage, and I will make the introductions in a second. And we have two others who will be joining us by Google Hangout. So I will watch to see them appear. Hi. Hello. This panel is entitled Technology is an Accelerator of Change in High Tech, Oil and Gas, and Mining. We don't often think of high tech when we think of oil and gas and mining, but if technology makes extraction cheaper and safer, then energy prices and quality of life can improve for everybody. High tech is driving many industries, including agriculture, healthcare, telecommunications, and entertainment. As we learned from the master video, the G20 countries as a whole continue to struggle to attract females in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. Awareness, lack of education, stereotypes limit girls and women from being involved.
Today we will talk to 4 people who will share with us some of their exciting, the advancements in their industries and their specific fields, and what lies ahead in the future within their fields, but also what they're doing in terms of inclusion of women, and what role their companies are taking to actively get more women at the table in these fields. So I will start off by introducing our panel. Directly to my left, your right, is Julia Solovieva, and I pronounced it the English way. I'm sorry, I defaulted. I was going to try and get it right, but I apologize. Close enough. Julia joined Google Russia in January 2013, so she is very new with the organization. Between 2007 and 2012, she was an executive vice president and president of a large Russian media company called Prof Media, where she was responsible for managing assets, corporate governance, and putting together the company financial results. From 2003 to 2006, she was a director for corporate development at Mobile Telesystems, and holds a business degree from Harvard, where she graduated in 2001. To her left, we have JP Bekkering from Caterpillar. JP is general manager of the Global Accounts Division and reports directly to the president of Global Mining. He and his team are responsible for the relationships with the main mining houses across the globe. He is a graduate of the Technical University in Delft, Netherlands, and was an officer in the Navy. And on Hangout, we have Mary Hayes. Mary, would you give a wave to everyone? Hi. Mary Hayes is with Engage Learning, is an educator and has been involved with educational media and systems developer for more than 30 years, in educational publishing as well. Mary is the founder of workbay.net, which is her third company dedicated to the education and training of people. The fourth person is Tara Wiseman. Tara, hello. And
hello.
She is from Kinross, and she comes to us, I believe you're in Toronto. Are both of you in Toronto?
Yes.
She is the Director of Human Resources for Kinross Gold Corporation, has over 20 years experience, and has held many positions, including recruitment and training development. She is part of the HR leadership team and is involved in developing global HR strategy. Welcome, everyone, and thank you so much for taking the time out of your very busy schedules to be with us. So I'm excited to host this Google Hangout. I think it will be lots of fun. And this is intended to be fairly informal, so I will throw out a question. I'll try and get all of you to answer, but feel free to interject, maybe raise your hand or just jump in whenever you see fit. So the first question is, there's clearly a gender gap in technology, mining and oil and gas. What are your organizations doing to change this, if anything? And what do you think is required for better representation of females? Before I get you to answer the question, I just want to remind you that our goal is to put forward concrete suggestions for our delegates, for them to take those suggestions and ideas to the G20 leaders. So any specific ideas and examples would be greatly appreciated. So maybe, Julia, we'll start with you since you're right in front of me.
Yes. Well, first of all, it's an incredible honor to host such a great group and a great event at Google Russia. We're very pleased to see you all girls here. I'm quite new at Google, but I'm the new country manager. So you already see my example is that the Google likes hiring women, and there's a lot of different levels that we actually try to promote technology and promote jobs with technology for women. First of all, we take a lot of initiative into promoting STEM to girls. We partner up with universities. We have special programs. We give grants. I'll give you one of the examples. We have a program called RISE, and just this year, the winners of the RISE was a Russian university. And the outcome of this grant would be to send Russian girls to a retreat in Russia and to talk about different educational opportunities in technology for them. Google also takes a lot of effort to employ and hire women. And inside Google organization, we have a group called Women at Google. It's an organization that includes over 4,000 women that actually, join together and discuss problems that are inherent in technology and building careers. And that group, in fact, this year launched a pilot program called Women on the Web that is targeting women in entrepreneurship, women that want to start their own businesses. And we now have a pilot in India, in Russia, I think in Turkey, and if the pilot goes well, we want to spread it around the world. So this is just a couple of examples of what Google does on different levels to promote technology for women and to attract women to technology, and Google including.
That's great, thank you. JP, would you like to jump in?
Yeah. I first like to say that it's extremely intimidating to sit in a meeting with only women here. And I'm not used to that. And I was thinking, what is the advantage of that? And I was hoping that when there was a break, I will be quick to the restroom. But that's not even the case here. So
no such luck.
Thank you for inviting me here. It's an extremely important subject we're talking about. And I like to start by saying that I have been, from my education on, living in a man's world, basically. I studied mining. I'm a mining engineer, worked underground. There's very few women over there. Then I did my duties in the Navy as an officer, very few women there. And then I started with Caterpillar. And then I get into the mining group within Caterpillar. And I would say that we have basically two negatives to overcome. One is the mining. Mining is very much a field where there's seen that, man, it's a physical job, and then on top of that, we've seen it with the STEM education, because a lot of people in the group are engineers. But I think technology is actually an area where it will help to get females into the job. And so I think technology is a great subject to get more females into mining. And technology is going to be extremely important, and we'll speak probably a little bit more about that. But Caterpillar does a lot of things. We do them internally. We try to change our culture. Since a year or three, our executive office, from the CEO up, very, very heavily focused on diversity and inclusion and the gender question. On top of that, Caterpillar has a lot of initiatives externally. We now having a president. One of our tech lead engineers is going to be the president of the Society of Women Engineers in the US, which is a very extremely important organization, and we'll get a lot of leverage out of that presidency, and we'll work within Caterpillar to make sure that we understand the importance, because the internal culture is important. As you live in for a long time in the world with only men, you believe that is the way to do things. But I have seen many examples that it can be done different, and that's what I think we need to use. We need to use the role models, and I heard it a couple of times. We need to use ladies, women who have done great jobs, and put them in front. We need to put them on advertisement. We need to do a lot of that to show young girls, young ladies, that there's nothing about it. I mean, I was a very bad student in science and maths, and I was really afraid of going to study mining. It was fantastic. There's geological stuff involved. There is all kind of. So we need to bring the message out that it's not only about those kind of things. So I'll leave it with that.
Okay, very good point. Mary, can we turn to you next?
Well, we're mostly involved in mining where it's before the production, during the exploration and discovery phase, when impact benefit agreements are being determined, and where there's an enormous responsibility for free, prior informed consent. And that means, I'll just share my screen for a second. I was seeing here in Canada that most of the mining projects are happening in the north. Would you agree, Tara? Although there's a fair amount of gold down here in Ontario, a lot is happening up north, $615 billion worth of projects. And that's where we have mostly Aboriginal people living. And so it's important that those people understand what's going to happen in their community. And they have the ability to have free, which means free consent, which is accessible. The information is accessible. It's without duress. It's informed in that it suits all their different learning styles, and they can truly understand what is this that's going to happen under the ground in my traditional lands. and that that they have it prior to anything happening. And if you're interested in free prior informed consent, there's a great video on this site, Asia Indigenous Peoples Pact, that talks about what that is and why it matters. Are you seeing my screen okay? Is that working for you?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, so so in doing that, what we've done is gone in and to help to get that using communications technology to build that relationship so that there is communication between the people who are on the land before the mine happens and the people who are planning the project for the mine. And using communications technology, we've been interviewing women, elders in the community who tell us
Unfortunately, Mary, we're not getting any sound, so.
Yeah, they tell us about the skills that they have and the relationship that they have to the land. They tell us about their competency of catching wild animals with great efficiency, going out and harvesting the land. Well, mining really is a form of harvesting, and the skills around strategy and use of scarce resources to go out into a place that is virtually wild and gather back from that products that will sustain your community. Those are skills that are just as true and as for if you want to work in mining as if you're going to be a woman, be a mother, be a daughter on the land. And so what we're trying to do is to map the traditional knowledge in the places where we are and speak to women and articulate that the things that they do and the skills and knowledge that they have that they would pass on to their daughters, that these same skills and knowledge will support their daughters to work in resource industries. Strategy, problem solving, and decision making, communication, inclusion, leadership. These are skills whether you are a woman living a traditional life or a woman in a mining community.
Well, thank you. That's a great example of how you're integrating into a new society and educating those around you. So thank you. The next and last person, Tara, do you have any thoughts on this question?
I do. It's certainly an area that we feel very strongly about, that we need more people in mining generally. There's not enough people going into mining engineering, and that certainly includes women. And given women are obviously a significant proportion of the workforce, we need to make sure that they're well represented in that industry as well. And a lot of the things that we've been talking about is how do you get women interested in some of these fields earlier? We know that a lot of women actually seem to move away from things like math and science and engineering at a fairly early age in their school career. And unfortunately, we weren't able to see the video earlier, which may have addressed this point. But that's certainly something that there's a lot of work being done by some of the local mining industry associations here in Canada, and something that we look at globally. We also look at, as students are graduating, how do we help bring them into the mining industry and help to accelerate their career? So Kinross is very proud of one of our programs called Generation Gold, where we bring young people fresh out of school and we have them start their career in mining, and we have them participate in great learning and working opportunities in different countries around the globe during their first 4 years of working with the company. And we really do put a focus on trying to ensure that we get the best, but that includes the best women as well, and that they can have that learning opportunity, development opportunity, and ultimately, we hope, become part of the Kinross organization for the long term and become part of our future leadership.
Well, and I think you make a good point that was also a point made in the video, which you unfortunately didn't get to see, was that the women who do end up in engineering have tremendous success. So it's not a matter of whether they can do it. It's getting them at the table. It's getting them in the classrooms, and they're seeing highly engaged and highly successful females in the area. So I think it's fair to say, and I'm going to hammer this point out to the 21 girls, young women sitting in front of us, that this is about education, this is about awareness, and this is about steps that we need to take to get women there, because once they get there, they have tremendous success. And I think you are all reinforcing that same comment. I'm going to move to the next question, and it starts with a quote. The world is not running out of oil and natural gas. It's running out of easy oil and gas. And as energy companies drill deeper and hunt in more remote regions and difficult deposits, they're banking on information technology to boost production. This is from the MIT review. Tell us how your company's industries view research and development and technology as drivers of future economic success and sustainability. And maybe we'll work backwards this time. So Tara, if you don't mind starting with an answer to this question.
Sure. Well, we've had a lot of conversations internally about this question. And I think one of the first things I'd want to make sure that everyone fully understands is mining in many ways is no longer what most of us picture mining to be. Mining doesn't require that you be a particularly, I think most of us picture strong, burly men getting out with their pickaxes and things like that. It's not like that anymore. There's big trucks that do most of the hard work. And so anyone can drive that. In fact, some of our best truck drivers are women. They tend to be a little more careful. And things like, it's a stupid little thing, but truck tires are incredibly expensive, tens of thousands of dollars. The women are more careful about where they drive on those ramps so that they're not going over stones and things that damage the truck tires. So the truck tires last longer. So I guess my main point being that, yes, there is new technology, and some of that technology isn't all that new anymore, but it does mean that mining is accessible to everyone. There's very few jobs that are dependent on anything to do with gender. So there's a lot that can be done. The challenge of mining is what you said, it's remote. And not everyone wants the lifestyle of living in a remote community. But that applies to everyone, not just women. And so we focus a lot on what we can do about making that environment more appealing. The other thing is taking old technologies and using them in new places. So Kinross has pioneered using several things that are being done in other climates and applying them in areas like Russia, as well as in Alaska, places that are in the Arctic, and has had tremendous success at doing that as well.
That's great, thank you. Mary.
Well, we're working with Penguin Automated Systems. They're using communications technology so that it truly is like you can sit in your own chair and be driving machinery that's inside the mine. So it really doesn't matter where you're sitting. The mines of the future expect that you can be almost anywhere and be operating a remote mine. This will allow people to live in community and still show up for work.
That's a very good point. It reminds me of in the medical field and how operations are done via camera and video, and a doctor can be in another country while managing surgery. So that's a really great example.
Yeah, I think that we should also take a moment to speak to Lorraine Mitchell-Moore, who's the CEO of Shell. I know personally that she's doing a great deal to be inclusive of all peoples and to represent women in a great way as the CEO of Shell these days.
That's great. Thank you. JP.
Yeah, first of all, I like to totally agree with the fact that we also would like to see far more women operators on trucks. That will help us shine our trucks even more, because you're 100% right there that our trucks and our equipment will be better off with women who treat them a little bit better in generally. But the fact in mining is this one. You could say that the easy deposit have been found. We have to go more remote, more deeper to find mines and find the minerals we need to live every day. And to do that, we need to watch the cost. Because mining companies don't do it for nothing. They put a lot of money in to get these minerals above and use them. So we, as suppliers of equipment, need to find ways to reduce the cost and work tremendously on technology. And it's not only cost. We want to make our machines more safer. We want to make them more sustainable. There's all kind of technology. Caterpillar lives on technology. If we are not innovative enough, we will not exist. They say in Caterpillar, I think it's a very good line, they say the road of innovation starts with diversity and inclusion. And it's so correct. Because again, it comes back to STEM, it comes back to women just starting and doing all this work. We're doing a lot on trying to get female engineers into our company. We fund a lot of after-school sessions with robotics and to make people understand that this is fun and that is important. So I'll leave it with that for now.
Great, thank you. I like that tagline too.
Technology is changing the world and it's changing people's lives. And technology is becoming very complex, but this complexity leads to the fact that it's becoming very easy to use. It's becoming very intuitive, to the extent that a lot of us, we start using technology without even thinking about it. Technology creates communities. It allows us to share information. It allows us to create. And in the end, you actually don't even need to be in technology to use it and to innovate. I'll give you an example. A couple of years ago, a young girl from a small American city started using YouTube to provide video tutorials on how to use makeup and give fashion advice. The girl's name is Michelle Fan. We also have a Russian girl like this. She's 21, and she's done very similar thing. She now has over 1 billion views, over 2.5 million followers, and she created a very successful business out of a hobby. She's a fashion guru. She consults on fashion and design. She launched her own product line, and she's the official Lancome's spokesperson online. This is just an example of how people that previously never dreamt of using technology can now use it without even thinking about it. And I think this is, for companies like Google, this is what we spend all our R&D money, so that people can start using all that there is technology has to offer very naturally and intuitively.
Mm-hmm. I think watching my 7 and 10-year-old nieces operate their smartphones immediately is a testament to how simple technology now and intuitive technology now is. So, and Google is definitely at the cutting edge of making that happen. With that, I'll take us to our next question, which is, technology is changing so quickly, and information is so abundant. And it's one thing to bring people to the workforce who have graduated from programs and have experience. How do you keep your staff, your teams, informed on a regular basis? How do you keep them up to date on the ever-changing landscape that exists in your industries?
Well, we actually use our own tools. We use Hangouts. we use the ecosystem of Google products to stay open and to constantly share information. There's so much information that you just need to be very organized about what kind of access you want to have and what are the important things that you want to learn on. Otherwise, it's easy to get lost.
Sure.
But I think right now what internet gives is the opportunity to constantly learn and to be always learning about new things. It's just a matter of your own curiosity and passion and the application of your time that drives you forward. I think a lot of companies do share a lot of information. They actually, Google is an open source platform, so we encourage people to come and learn about our products so that they can later on use it for business or pleasure. So just come over and everything is available.
No, I think you guys are at the leading edge of integrating research and development into the daily life of your company. So thank you.
Yeah, Caterpillar, as I said, research and development is the lifeline for our business. We need to innovate our machines, as I explained. And we're spending, last year, for example, on every workday around $8 million on R&D. So you can imagine we have 10,000 engineers. We have around 25 R&D places all over the world. And we have an enormous amount of training centers. So that's where we do our training. But I would also say that we work tremendously in partnerships with universities. If we develop things, we do partnerships with universities. We work very closely with our customers. We listen very carefully what our customers want, and we try to work with the universities who have the knowledge, the top knowledge, and have certain alliances where we can keep our IP, obviously, and try to work it. So we're doing a lot of that because otherwise we will not exist anymore.
Mm-hmm. Ladies in the Hangout, do either of you have some thoughts?
Tara, did you want to speak first?
Sure. Well, it's an interesting question. We're in the process of rolling out a learning management system, which will help us in many cases to be able to push out the training that we feel is needed for different groups. So it's a great example of how technology can actually make it a lot easier for us to get the training right to the people who need it. And that training itself can be in many different forms. We do use computer-based training. And in some cases, we have to help people develop the computer skills before they can use the computer-based training. We use simulators in a lot of cases, and we also use actual hands-on working training, and especially for things like skilled trades. We do work with some of our employees to help them to upskill, so perhaps to go from being a truck operator to building some of the skills to be an electrician or a welder. And be able to take on some additional work, especially because we know there's a lack of some of those skills available in the market. But it is a constant challenge.
I think for the next summit, we'd love to be able to use some of your simulators. I think personally that would be a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun.
I'd like to speak to
I'll work that into
because
the agenda for the next one.
I'd like to speak to that because a simulator is a place where you make mistakes. It's a different kind of learning environment. There's sort of two main learning environments. One where you consume knowledge and then you feed it back the way you got it and prove you got 100% right, which tends to be a girly thing, especially around when you're 11 years old and making those career decisions. And then there's the creating knowledge, which is like what you can find in a simulator environment where you go and you play and you experiment. And it's the kind of learning where you get it wrong and get it wrong and get it wrong again before you get it right. And that's one of the core things that I think about being an engineer or being a CEO of a technology company or being anyone who is creating new stuff, is that first you have to be comfortable to be wrong over and over and over again. And I think that creating a learning environment where you are constructing knowledge, it's important to create an environment where people are free to just mess up entirely and come back at it the next day.
I think that's a very good point. We have to embrace failure a lot more than we do because we learn so much when we make mistakes and in many cases never make that same mistake again. JP,
Because you brought me on another idea. Within Caterpillar now, we have these virtual sessions with our customers. So we have machines out there. You can you put your goggles on, you walk into the machines, and when it comes to servicing the machines and developing the machines, we get very valuable information from our customers. You need to change that. That doesn't work. So technology is helping really in the design of the machines as well here.
Right. Very interesting. I will point out again, I'd love access to some of these simulators one day.
You're always welcome.
and the Google Glass.
Absolutely.
I'll move along to the next question. Thank you. This is wonderful information. this is where you can talk about some of your exciting advancements. So can you talk a little bit about some of the advancements in technology and maybe some of the things that are in R&D right now that we can be excited about in the future that are still not even close to being ready for commercial use, but deep in an incubator somewhere hidden away from the rest of the world? If there's anything that you can share with us, that would be fabulous.
Sure. Well, you probably all read about the Google Glass and the self-driving cars. Just to give you an example, the idea of a self-driving cars, I think, appeared because Google was using a lot of cars to drive around and take pictures for Street View. And then it all kind of materialized into the necessity to, and the idea to actually try to implement it. And thinking of Moscow and how the self-driving car can solve the traffic issue, actually makes me dream of a car like this in Moscow. But again, if when the cars got commercialized, it really solved the problem of driver safety. It does solve the problem of traffic and many other problems. Another example, very recent one, on Saturday, Google announced a Project Loon launch. It's a technology, very experimental, very early stage, that they're using balloons that fly very high above the ground that can transmit signals, and ideally, they can be used to bring mobile connectivity to very remote areas where otherwise the GSM or any other technology is not possible. So we believe that this kind of technology will be able to connect people in the areas where other means of telecommunication is not an option. And we're now planning to do different discussions how we can partner up with telecom providers and governments to actually bring this forward. So these are just the two examples of what Google is doing that hopefully will change the world.
Amazing, thank you. JP?
So from the Caterpillar standpoint, there's lots going on, but I will focus on mining. I've told you that the main deposits, or the easy to find deposits to be mined, are be gone soon, and we're in very remote territory. So that brings the need for what they call the autonomous mine, and we're starting with autonomous trucks. We have started with them already. We have trucks now in Australia as well, and these trucks are operating just completely automatically. And I have to say, it's truly amazing seeing a 400-ton truck driving around with nobody in front of or behind the steering wheel, and it scares the hell out of you if you see that happening. But it's extremely interesting technology, and what it will do is that we can start more cost efficiently to mine mines. And people always think, we don't need people, so we save the people side. But people have to sit behind the control board somewhere in the city. So we probably need a different type of people to run those trucks. But on top of that, what it means if you think about designing of mines. Normally, if you have a mine, the whole road needs to be at least 3 times the width of the truck. Now you can probably smaller that whole road in the future. So mining engineers can start thinking about that. So there's a lot going on there. We're starting with the trucks and the drills, but we want to obviously work towards a complete autonomous mine in the future. There's very exciting stuff going on there.
And I think, JP, you bring a very important point, which is this is not about eliminating jobs. It's about creating different jobs and new jobs. And I think, again, the common theme here is these jobs are all in science, technology, engineering. And if women are not being educated in those faculties, we are going to see an increased gender gap beyond where we are today.
Absolutely. Yeah. Totally agree.
Thank you.
If I can pick up on that on a different angle, in addition to the need for different jobs, one of the places where we're seeing a real increase in focus is with regard to environmental, permitting, health and safety, community relations. And while these aren't your traditional science areas, a lot of them are very much focused on science, especially when we get into the environment, and they're really critical for mining of the future. It's an area where, maybe 50 years ago there weren't so many jobs, and now there's a lot of work to be done. It's not necessarily in all of the remote communities, though certainly a good amount of it is. And it's an area where we are seeing a higher proportion of women, and women seem to do very well. So it's another angle to think about when you're thinking about industries like mining.
Great point. And I learned a new term, which is social engineering, when we were doing the video at McMaster, and it seems to be an area that women are quite interested in, and that's exactly dealing with some of the issues that you mentioned. So thank you. Mary.
Well, two of the things mentioned there just are such extraordinary opportunities for education. The automated trucks, like what we're doing with Penguin Automated Systems, they're using not just for trucks, but undersea. And we all want to be extraordinarily careful and respectful of the environment when we talk about mining undersea, but it is what's coming. And swarming robots that are being controlled through essentially fiber optics without the fiber, light technologies for communicating with swarms of computers is an amazing thing. And so they will be the little swarming trucks of the future under the ocean. And Project Loon is one of the things that has lit up my heart. I am so excited about Project Loon. It's one of the reasons that I just insisted on screen sharing and showing that map of Canada, because Project Loon is happening down in the south. And I want them to know that there's a lot of money in the north, and we desperately need Project Loon to move up into the northern hemisphere.
Well, we love your enthusiasm at what, is it about 7:30 a.m. Toronto time? You've obviously had your coffee.
Yeah, Tim Hortons. Yay.
Very funny. Very cute. I'm just looking at the girls because there are so many common themes that keep being brought to the surface here. So I hope you're getting ready with your questions. The last question I have, do you have any advice for these girls or any of the girls and women watching that are considering getting into this field of work, whether be it from an engineering and science perspective, or, as mentioned, more from a social HR perspective, and maybe share some of the opportunities that are available for them? Anyone like to?
I'll kick it off.
Oh.
Go ahead. Women's
Okay.
first.
I'd actually like to share some thoughts from one of our Generation Gold students who we brought out of Queen's University in Canada, and who has now graduated out of that program, so been with Kinross for just out of 4 years. And she shared some of her experience of getting into mining, getting into engineering, growing up, if you like, in the industry. One of the things she said is, you have to recognize the reality that there aren't a lot of women in the field. But she said it's not easy to be the only one or one of a few, but overcoming the obstacles makes you a stronger person who is better capable of handling all future challenges, both professional and personal. There are tons of opportunities to travel, and the work is challenging, rewarding, and has lots of varieties. And the other thing she said is, if you're curious and enthusiastic about the subject matter in the post-secondary programs, go for it. Don't let thoughts of future jobs and work environments turn you away. You will be fine, and you will handle everything as it comes. A sound technical grounding will ensure that you are ready to work hard and contribute. Ultimately, the work speaks for itself, no matter what your gender, and you are capable of doing great work. I don't think I could put it better than she did.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that, and please thank her for sharing that as well.
I can jump in.
Sure.
It may sound general, but I think technology is really building the future. So if any of you wants to participate in this and build the future, you should definitely all think about being in technology. And Google likes to think big. And in my few months at Google, I already learned that if you want to ask for anything and get it faster, you gotta think big. We call it time 10. So think big, have passion, be curious, and don't take no for an answer. And I think everything else will just come.
I think that's very good advice. Thank you. Mary, do you have any last words of wisdom for these girls?
I've had the good luck to interview quite a number of leaders in all different sectors and from all different walks of life, leading in all different domains. And my team, who are there all around you, will say that we hear over and over again, listen and ask questions. It's extraordinary how frequently every leader we talk to comes around to say, well, the key to my success was I listened, and then I just went out there and asked questions. And I think asking questions relates back to my theme of don't be shy to be wrong. Be wrong and be wrong again. That's how you're going to learn something new. So that'd be my final remark.
I think that's great advice, and I'll share a personal anecdote with you. When I started in my first CEO position, I felt that I had a whole lot to learn, and there were many, many situations where I had no idea what was being talked about at the boardroom table, and I learned to take notes, be quiet, and I actually went back to my desk and Googled everything that everyone was talking about, and if it wasn't for Google, I probably wouldn't be as equipped as I was for the next meeting, so thank you, Google, for that. But I think the key is to absolutely listen, take notes, and ask the questions. Sometimes I asked in the meetings, but there were certain things that I thought, I really think they probably expect me to know the answer to this, and I don't. So thank you, Google. So thank you to our panelists. I think our delegates here probably have quite a few questions that they would like to ask. So if you would stay and kindly answer some of their questions, that would be much appreciated. So who would like to kick off? I'm going to leave you in charge of passing the microphone. And
good afternoon. I'm Maggie Liuzzi from Argentina. My question to all the speakers is, apart from our clear right to be part of these fields, which do you think are the economic benefits of incorporating women in your businesses? And also, I would like to know if you have any idea about or suggestion about specific policies or things that can be implemented so that we can enforce that this will be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, can you turn it on? Would anyone like to jump on that question?
I can start. So certainly, as I said at the start, for us, one of the key challenges is just having enough people for the industry. There's a lot of people who will be retiring, a lot of really key skills that we're going to lose from the industry over the coming years. And so from an economic benefit, if we lose half of the potential workforce by excluding women from the business, we lose a ton. And the women can bring some key assets and skills. I think we've all understood over the recent years the importance of diversity in getting the best solutions, the best teams, the best results. And so having that diversity of thought from women as well as men, different nationalities, diversity across the board is really important to us. In terms of policies or approach, I think Kinross and in Canada, what you see is there's a lot of focus on the idea of report and measure. Not necessarily set quotas, but report and measure. There's currently an initiative around reporting, companies being obliged to report on the number of women on their board of directors, and also what they're doing about it or why they are or aren't doing anything about it. Again, not setting quotas, but expecting that companies need to disclose and talk about it, and that in and of itself will cause change. And they've seen that in other fields. And that's been our focus at Kinross as well, to make sure that we're shining light on how many women do we have, where are they being considered for advancement, what are we doing about it? On our board, we now have 25% of our board of directors is made up of women, so that's been a fabulous step forward for Kinross, and we need to continue doing that across the organization and make sure we're asking the questions all the time.
I think that's a very important point that you make, and just to make sure it's clear for everyone, this is not about quotas, it's really about bringing attention to the numbers, and once people are forced to share that information, it becomes very evident and very obvious very quickly who isn't promoting women, who doesn't have women at the boardroom table, and who isn't putting programs in place for diversity, whether it be women or people of different nationalities. So very important point. point, and thank you. Do we have any other questions? Or does anyone else want to tackle that one, or can we move to the next? Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Violette and I represent France. I had a question about the concept of brain drain, because we learned a lot that women are supposed to be agent of change in their community, and obviously technology is really a way for women, if they're engineer or work in any other technological field, to have a great impact in their community. But I was wondering if there was a risk that women do get into the study of engineering, of technology, but then decide to leave their community, especially in developing countries, to go to a developed country where maybe technology is more developed and therefore work there and doesn't have the ability to impact their home community. And I was wondering if you had an opinion about that.
Great question.
Well, I'm not sure that, well, I live in Russia, and there's been a time in Russia where a lot of people were leaving to go live elsewhere, and we actually now see a reverse trend where a lot of people do go get education in the West, and then they come back, because in countries like Russia, this is where the growth happens, and you actually get access to more action, to having more impact, and you can do larger things in a way, because there is shortage of resources, and there's also many things that Russia and other countries like this now going through that the West has gone through already. So in a way, you can apply a lot more things and have an impact.
It's a very interesting question. I've never thought about that, but I did think when I traveled in countries like Africa that there's so much knowledge there. Who are we to tell them to change? That's where you're coming to. If you take these people away, so I think it's a very good question. I personally believe that, first of all, people only need to be taken away if they want to. If they really want to do this and they think it's good for them, that will be good. Are we then left with generations who don't know certain things they knew before? I doubt it. I think there's still a lot of people there, and I think the people go back to their countries, bring a lot of additional knowledge back, which can help them to enhance what they've been doing and what they've learned in different ways. So, but I think it's a very interesting question.
And just to add to this, I think, in general, world is becoming more global. So it's okay to actually not to stay all the time in one place. It's okay to go and live in different places and come back. And your experience will then broaden what you can bring back.
It makes me feel that the woman is, in that case, is like a hunter who's going out to gather resources. One of our clients is Western Union, and I can tell you that a lot of money goes back, although the person may go beyond to a new community. And I think we are becoming more and more one community, and that's one of the most beautiful things about living in this time, I think.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Do we have any other questions?
Hi, I'm Helen from China. So it's really fascinating to hear about all these new innovations and technology that's being in place at the moment. But there's still a large digital gap between the developed and developing world, where some of the basic technologies are still might not be available. So what do you think technology or engineering would mean to girls in the developing world? Thank you.
Another great question. Would anyone like to?
We should ask them.
I actually think that a lot of things that happen right now is an opportunity. It's not a gap, because if you look at countries like Russia and many African countries, they never had the fixed telephony. They moved directly to mobile. So instead of going through many years of development where you have to go step by step, we actually jump. And that gives a lot of opportunities to girls and women in those countries to actually get access through internet and other means to the most up-to-date information and use this information in their home countries.
Anyone else? Okay. Do we have any other questions? Oh.
Hi, so my name is Morgane and I'm representing Canada. Critics of active inclusion, kind of always ask the question, what do women bring that's different? Why is having these inclusionary policies inherently important? And I guess my question for you is, without resorting to a rhetoric of nurture, what do women bring that's different?
I think it was said earlier if you think about the whole diversity, different cultures, I think women, I have a twin sister, see things different than I do. And I really do think that there's importance in having people with different mindsets around the workplace, because you can learn from each other, and that's where the best things come in the end atop. So I think it's a way of thinking probably, which sometimes and many times in the female side is different than the man's side.
There are some great comedian routines about how women's brains are better at multitasking than a man's, and we certainly live in a multitasking world. And if I'm going to sit on the deck of a ship and manage swarms of robots while I lead my team over the internet and check out my three-dimensional simulated map, multitasking is a cognitive strength that will serve me well.
I think it's very much known that women's and men's brains do function differently, but I think that the research also proves that they both get to the right answer. It's just how they approach it. So I think that there's a lot of value and diversity, again, not just in having women and men at the table, but people who come from different cultures. And Mary spoke earlier, I think it was in our first question, about engaging the communities in some of the northern areas when they're going in to do new work, and understanding how they function and how they approach things and how they approach hunting and gathering or whatever it may be. And there's different tactics that are used that are based on climate, different climates, different geographical settings, and those kinds of differences in unique situations always bring value to the table. So I think the key here is about diversity, and that there's always different ways to come to an answer. It's making sure that you have as many ideas at the table as possible to get the best answer. So thank you.
If I could add one more thing, the idea of networking and building relationships tends to be, again, without going to too many broad generalizations, but tends to be a strength of a lot of women. And not just for some of the areas we've talked about, but within organizations, you need those networks to share knowledge and information. And I think that that's something that women can really contribute in a business environment.
Well, I can say there are 21 girls here who seem like they've been friends forever and only met a few days ago, so I would say that that's probably true. Do we have any other questions?
Hi, I'm Linda. I'm the delegate from Australia. I first wanted to congratulate everyone for for all the strides that you've made as technology companies towards including women in your businesses thus far. But what I wanted to raise today was something that's an issue that's quite close to my heart, and it is the involvement of women in technology fields from women from non-Western countries. So far today, I feel like we focused very much on women being involved in mining, that kind of thing, in Western companies and in Western contexts. So my question was directed mostly to JP with Caterpillar, because that's an international company. I wondered if you could give us any sort of statistics, any sort of numbers on how women in your operations in developing countries, in non-Western countries, which generally don't accept women's involvement in these occupations so much, and what kind of strategies you're currently undertaking to address this problem.
Yeah, I won't be able to give you real statistics on this. I know that in our mining group, we are around 13% women, which is far too low, obviously, but I'm unable to do it in non-Western kind of segments, if you want. Like I said, 3 years ago, Caterpillar started with an enormous focus from the executive office on diversity and inclusion, and that is all over the company. So whether we're in Western parts of the world or non-Western parts of the world, it's equal. The whole program starts. Every business unit has to come up with more flexibility, having women in the workplace. We are putting enormous money down to try to get more people into Caterpillar to start off with, and then get them through the ranks, because that's where it fails often. To get the females into the company is one, but then getting them to the ranks over time and really try to get them in leadership positions is a difficult part, and that's where we focused on.
I can speak a little bit to that as well. We have operations in Africa, for example. In our operation in Ghana, the female to male ratio is about 1 to 8. So clearly not as high as we'd like, but I hope maybe a little higher than you'd expect. Even in North America, in the mining industry, you're talking 10 to 15, maybe 20% that are women. So 1 to 8 in Africa, really not that bad. Mauritania, where there's so many barriers for women to participate in the workforce, it's much, much smaller. But we do have about 40 women who are participating in our workforce in Mauritania. In Russia, actually, we have a fairly, I don't have the numbers handy, but we do have a fairly good proportion of women. It's one of our higher countries. And then our other region would be South America, and that's probably a little bit lower than what we see in North America.
One of the big important factors is in moving forward is education, and being able to share knowledge all the way down to the fingertips of an organization wherever it's operating. And we deploy multinationally educational solutions that give accessibility through technology, give accessibility to the learning that allows you to move forward into your career and succeed up through different career pathways into leadership positions in other countries or other domains within the organization. And education is the great ladder, and that will help everybody everywhere. And most multinational companies now are working hard to implement, as Kinross is, a learning management system that will share knowledge from the head office to the fingertips of the organization and make it accessible to all.
One other thing I'd like to mention still is which I learned before I came here, asking a little bit around, but the CAT Foundation, some of you might have heard of it, is our organization who's really looking for good causes to participate, and they have joined a partnership with the Resource Foundation. It's a U.S. nonprofit organization in which we, I think, had $3 million on a project for 3 years to really focus on education and gender equity in South America. So those are the kind of things I think we need to do to start early on. This was for primary school children. We're going to reach 11,000 children in 45 schools or something like that. But those are the things I think we have the obligation to do to start seeding the new generation to join our companies in these kind of areas.
Yeah, I think education is a critical factor here. So in the developed nations, you have a higher percentage of girls and women, or girls who have access to education, and in some of the developing countries, the girls are the ones who don't get to go to school. And so getting a higher education in some of the difficult fields of technology becomes impossible. So this isn't just a problem for higher learning. It starts at the most basic level, which is making sure in some of the developed countries that going to school in kindergarten is absolutely accessible. And I know tomorrow we'll be watching a wonderful film on the importance of educating women. So, yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Carmina. I'm the delegate of Japan, and I'm actually studying engineering in university, so it's so great to see.
Do you want a job? There's some recruitment that will happen here.
Maybe I can ask a question first. So my question, so it's really great to see all of the initiatives that you have for women from both the consumer level and also production level. And my question is more to do with countries that might not be as progressive as Russia and Canada are yet in terms of including women in the workforce. For instance, in Japan, even though I'm studying engineering, I'm a bit reluctant about going back to Japan after graduating, just because my ideas and my sort of innovative solutions to different problems I feel might not be as respected or accepted there as it would be in other places. So for countries that are still at their baby steps, what sort of public-private partnerships or government incentives do you think would make it easier for businesses to include women in the workforce?
Great question.
Well, procurement is important. The United States has a general rule that you need, if you're a large corporation, you need to have a certain portion of your procurement budget that comes from procures goods and services from, let's say, people of diversity, which they include women, although we are 50% of the population, we're treated as a minority when it comes to owning businesses. Procurement is actually kind of strange thing that doesn't seem very glamorous, but making sure that large corporations have policies in place to procure goods and services from women-owned entrepreneurial organizations is a step in the right direction.
That's interesting
I
thought.
also think there's a role for mentoring and ensuring that there's linkages and networks to provide the support for the women. And maybe it's also providing support for the organizations and the men in the organizations who are adapting to working with women and accepting their ideas where that may be a challenge. But certainly for the women who are going into environments where they are very much a minority, having that support so that one day they might meet people who struggle to accept their idea, but based on what I hear from our women working in all kinds of environments, they also meet people who are very supportive and encouraging and positive and wanting them to succeed. But it's the days when you meet the people who aren't as open to your ideas, when you really need that support network to remind you of all of the positive experiences and carry on.
Very good suggestion. I think mentoring and internships are both valuable programs that could be put in place more frequently, both in companies and government, and give young people the opportunity to gain exposure. Again, another valuable thought for your for your communique. Do we have any other questions?
Hi, I'm. Oh, is it working? Sort of.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Jenny from the United States, and I'm actually from San Francisco, so the tech startup hub of the world, and I'm involved in my own tech startup, and we use a lot of the Google tools, so thank you for that. And my question has more to do with workplace dynamic. Oftentimes, women, and especially young women, I feel, are expected to be nice or be the ones that are more forgiving, especially in tech startup workplace dynamics. And I'm just wondering what advice you have to give to boys and men who are watching this program, and also young women who are really looking for an answer to this question.
Thank you.
Please stay nice and.
Be
I think a lot of men should be more nicer.
I
too.
think that's true. I think we need men to learn to be nicer, and women should stay nice.
I think it is important to be nice.
I agree.
But it's also important to get your point across, and you can do it very nicely too. So I think if you're structured, know your stuff, know your numbers, and can defend your position, you can be very nice about it.
What I meant was not necessarily like being nice, because I know that delivering your message in a tactful way is very important. What I meant was like, I've had a lot of men and women say to me, shouldn't you be working at a nonprofit? Shouldn't you be doing good things for children versus at a tech startup?
I think you should just ignore those men.
I think whether you're a man or a woman, and I didn't have a time to give some advice, but when I had to make a choice for studies, I didn't initially choose well enough. I didn't have a time. I was probably the shyest boy you could find in the world, and when I failed my last school year before university, I had some more time to think about what I wanted to do. And that has been key to my life, because I really started to look into myself. What is it I want to do in life? And one of the things, I wanted to have an adventure. I wanted to see the world. And those are the kind of things I focused on. And I found mining. I didn't even know that mining existed at that point of time. And so I think whoever tells you what to do, you need to go deep in yourself and think, what is it I want to make out of life? And channel your ideas on where you want to go in your career, and it's up to you.
Unfortunately, we are out of time, so I apologize if there are any more questions, but hopefully our panelists wouldn't mind staying for a couple of minutes after, and we will be going to break now. So thank you very much, our friends in Canada, for waking up so early to be part of the panel. I think all of you brought some amazing insight and some great thoughts for these ladies to take away and think about and discuss. So we will be going to a break for 20 minutes. When we come back, we have another amazing panel. We will have someone coming to us from Africa. So there was a question about having people outside of the Western world. So we have a woman who started a tech company in Africa joining us. We have Lauren Bush-Lauren will be joining us by Google Hangout, as well as Ann Mei Chang, who is an advisor to the State Department for Technology. So a lot of really interesting content coming up. Thanks again to our panelists for your time. It was very fun and very valuable. And please, to our viewers online, stay tuned. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Thanks very much. Welcome back to the Girls 20 Summit in Moscow, Russia. Thank you to our viewers who were with us for the first half of our summit session, and welcome to those of you who are joining us for the first time. I'm excited about our next panel, and just for those of you who are joining us for the first time, our panels are, we have people live in our audience as well as, or on our stage, as well as via Google Hangout. Our first panel, of the afternoon, is entitled Economically Empowering Girls and Women Through Technology, which has been the theme today. Is technology the new literacy issue? How important is access to and understanding of technology for girls and women in developed and developing nations? Whether it's a source of information, a vehicle for communication, or tool for growth and change, technology cannot be ignored in any part of the globe. More people have access to internet today in Africa than they do to clean water or even sanitation. And that's a quote from Samia Malham, the World Bank's Regional Coordinator for Information and Communication Technologies for Africa. Today we will speak to a group of women who have used technology as an accelerator for economic growth and success in different industries. I will start with Manuela Zoninsein. Do I have that right? Mm-hmm. Exactly. The founder of Smart Agriculture Analytics, Smart Agriculture. She is based in China and is a Brazilian-American environmental entrepreneur and journalist focused on agriculture, most specifically how the world produces and consumes food. She focuses on growing her company Smart Agriculture Analytics, which is an intelligence resource that evaluates the agriculture technology, Agritech, opportunities in China for foreign agritech suppliers and investors. I had the pleasure of speaking with Manuela yesterday, and I'm very excited to have her here. Through Google Hangout, we have Jensine Larsen, founder of World Pulse Citizen Journalism USA. Hello, Jensine. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Jensine is an award-winning social media entrepreneur and international journalist, is the founder of World Pulse, an action media network powered by 50,000 women from 190 countries. Over the last decade, Jensine has pioneered World Pulse magazine, Grassroots women's citizen journalism training, and interactive website that enables women on the ground to speak for themselves and connect to solve global problems, including those using internet cafes and cell phones from rural villages and conflict zones. We have Judith Owigar, the creator of... Can you say the name of your company, please?
Akirachix.
Akirachix. I have been struggling with that, so thank you. Judith, I'll just share with you, we found, I had read about her in an article, and Farah and I thought that she would be a fabulous addition to this panel. So we're very excited to have Judith tuning in from Kenya. Judith believes that exposure, education, and use of technology can increase the quality of life and as such change the world. She is a techpreneur, a blogger, and tech enthusiast. Judith is a co-founder and president of... I've got to... I have to learn this. I don't know why it's so complicated for me. There are more difficult words that I've managed. A revolution for African women and technology. Through this company, she seeks to increase the number of women who are creators of technological solutions and, in effect, change the perception of technology for women. Thank you, Judith, for being here. And finally, we have Aliza Sherman, founder of Cybergrrl and Webgrrls International. Hi, Aliza.
Hi, it's actually Aliza.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Aliza is a web pioneer and travel girl with a mission to, I think we have feedback from someone or some noise in the background. Aliza is a web pioneer and travel girl with a mission to empower women and girls through technology. In 1995, Newsweek named her on the top 50 people, one of the top 50 people who matter on the internet, after she founded the first women-owned full-service internet company, Cybergrrl, Inc., and the first global internet networking organization for women, Webgrrls International. In 2009, Fast Company named her one of the most powerful women in technology. So as you can see, we have quite a panel of women who are immersed in technology, and I'm excited to get started on the discussion. And before we start, I will say that I was a member of Webgrrls and very familiar with Cybergrrls. That also shows my age. So I'll start out with the first question. All of you have personally created organizations that directly impact girls and women through technology. Can you share with us what your motivation was behind this and how you became involved in technology? Manuela, since you're here, maybe we can start with you.
Sure, thanks a lot. So Smart Agriculture Analytics, we are an information resource, and we seek to educate foreign agritech suppliers and investors about the opportunity in China for especially sustainable agricultural technology. And the way that we do this to ensure local level suitability for the environment and for social and economic opportunities is to build a database from the bottom up, from the local level up. And very quickly we realized as soon as you get to the local level, you understand that there's a major disconnect between what the global agritech supply system understands, their value chain, and what is actually needed on the ground. And one of the first things you notice is that women are the key decision makers on the ground throughout China. So this has always been the case, that these are the people who are deciding what kind of crops should be planted, where they should be marketed and for how much land should be used and allocated at which season. But it's especially important right now in China with so much migration happening to the cities. You have an entire generation, the adults, going to the cities and getting jobs in factories. And what's left in the villages, it's usually the older generation and the children, the grandchildren. And it's usually older women who are actually doing a lot of the farming. In fact, in some provinces, for example, Guangxi province, 75% of the people who are tilling the land are older women. So for us, it's become an important issue to understand what their local needs are, especially because we want to enable agritech supply companies to successfully transfer their technologies. And to do that, they need to really understand who the end user will be. There's incredible information, incredible data about the women deciding what technologies are going to be used, what products are being implemented, but also from an environmental perspective. If you educate women and if you give them greater opportunities to spend time raising their children, then you can also ensure that environmentally you're taking care of your water and your soil and the air, and also that leads to greater economic repercussions. It's the butterfly effect. It continues forward. So for us, it's incredibly important.
I think we could do a whole segment on this alone, so thank you. Judith, would you like to jump in?
Yes. Can you hear me clearly?
We can, yes.
Okay, that's good. So as you've heard, my name is Judith, and I'm the president and co-founder of Akirachix. So I co-founded Akirachix with a group of my friends. We used to work together in the same company. It was a software development firm. It was pretty small. There were 5 of us, and there were 5 developers and 4 of us were women. And people used to think that was weird because we used to neighbor a computer company that had 20 developers and they didn't even have 1 woman. So because of such reactions, we thought that we should do something for women in technology. We thought that there are probably many women out there, they're the only ones in the company, only female person in the company, and they think they're oddballs. So we decided to start an organization for fellow oddballs. So that's really how we began Akirachix. There's a co-working space called the iHub in Nairobi. So when the iHub was launched, we finally got a space. So we were volunteers for an organization that works at the iHub. We used to be volunteer developers. So we used to meet in the iHub, and it was during the launch that we decided, let's do something for women in tech. There were very few women at the launch. I knew practically all of them. So we were like, okay, let's do something. Now we have a space. So that's really how we formed Akirachix. We wanted it to be a safe space for fellow women developers at that time. But over the 3 years we've been in existence, our reason for existence has been changing, or it has been evolving. After some time of doing meetups, we decided, so what can we give back? What can we give that we have? At that point, we were very young in career, so we didn't have a lot of money. But we decided we are going to give of our skills, because we had skills. So we started our training program, and we decided that we are going to target girls who come from the slums. So we started from very humble beginnings. We had a computer bus and we'd go to the slums. And at first, we just teach them Word and Excel, basically Microsoft packages. But after some time, we're like, we need to teach them something that's different, something that will add value, such that they can get jobs. So our training program evolved to have web development, graphic design, entrepreneurship, and basic computer literacy. We've also started doing high school outreach to girls in high school, telling them about the potential careers in technology, because many girls don't choose careers in tech because they don't know of the opportunity available, and it's packaged as a male-dominated field. So we go there as role models, and we've actually mentored a few young girls who've gone on to found an organization or just, do their own things. And so really that's what Akirachix has become now. We just empower women using technology. We encourage women to enter the field of technology, but even if that is not what they want to do, we encourage them to use it wherever they are.
Well, congratulations. I've poked around your website, and there's some fascinating things that you've done. So thank you for sharing that. Aliza, would you like to go next?
Sure, I will. And I feel like Judith just said pretty much everything I was about to say, except my story took place in 1995.
Right.
So in 1995, I had been using the internet since 1987. And I had found it to be an amazing tool for my life, and by 1995, for my career. Starting Cybergrrl, it was the first woman-owned internet company. And I looked around for other women who knew what the internet was, and I wasn't finding them. And I had to dig very deeply on the internet, which back then we did not have Google. So I was able to find other women, artists, professors, women who were just beginning to use the internet for communications. And we met at an internet cafe in downtown Manhattan, and we were able to speak each other's language. So it was that same feeling of the oddball or the geek, and we finally had somebody to relate to. So that one meeting with about 6 women began to grow exponentially because of the internet. And 6 women meeting in March of '95, it doubled, it tripled. I began to get emails from women around the world saying, can we start one of these Webgrrls meetings? And it just kept growing. So at its height, back in the 90s, Webgrrls had over 100 chapters worldwide. And it was all about women helping other women learn about technology. Women helping girls understand the opportunities. Now, back then, there was no new media industry or internet industry. That term happened a few years later, but we were paving the way for women to learn that there were these opportunities for them. And as Judith said, it didn't mean you had to be a programmer, but it was easy to get into that if you just knew where the door was that you could open yourself. And so that was what we were doing, was empowering women to open their own doors and to walk through to opportunity. Now today, I'm not involved in Webgrrls anymore, but I work as an advisor to startups, especially women-owned startups and technology startups, to bring all of the years of knowledge that I've come to from being involved in technology and sharing it with others. And I encourage women and girls to step up and be a role model, and to step up and be a mentor to others. And so that is the work that I continue to do, and I just celebrate the work that everyone here is doing.
Thank you, and I think you bring up a very good point that I want to just reinforce. Being involved with technology is not just about being a technologist. You can, and as I have myself been involved with technology for many years, and I couldn't write a line of code if my life depended on it, but you can be part of the technology culture in many different ways, and I think that that's an important message that we need to share with the girls, so thank you. And last but not least, Jensine.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
First, I want to give a big shout out to the other panelists around the world and say what an honor it is to be on a panel with such tech pioneers. It's pretty awesome. And hi to everyone else out there. My name is Jensine Larsen, and the first thing I want you to know about me is that with every single cell of my body, I believe that the creative human potential of women and girls is the greatest untapped resource in this world, and that we have this moment in history to use the power of technology to truly accelerate and unleash this potential. I started World Pulse. I had the vision for it at a young age. I grew up extremely shy in rural countryside of the state called Wisconsin in the middle of the United States. I was homeschooled, so like the other speakers, I had the experience of being a loner and feeling incredibly isolated, and that my voice was stuck in my throat and that I didn't matter. But as I grew older, I just had a yearning to see the world, and I ended up going to the Amazon at the age of 19 and ended up becoming a freelance journalist because the women that I met there was oil contamination on their traditional lands, and their children were dying of skin cancer and stomach cancer, and they asked me to be their messenger. And from there, I ended up going to Burma and working secretly undercover and on the border with women refugees who were fleeing the ethnic cleansing, who had, in many cases, their villages bombed or their family members tortured. And those women also asked me to be their messenger. And that's when I had this realization that I didn't merely want to be a messenger myself. I didn't merely want to be a journalist, but I wanted to create a media source where these unheard women could speak for themselves to the world and be their own messengers for the world. And I saw this media source that could truly connect women worldwide and bring women a global voice. But I was extremely shy. I was 23 years old at the time. I knew absolutely nothing about media or technology. I had no resources. I'd grown up on food stamps and couldn't even ask my family for money. So I had a journey like the other panelists of just starting on my own. And I built a pro bono team for the first 3 years and gradually started to grow this network of women around the world that's now World Pulse, that now has over 50,000 women from over 200 countries. And it's like amazing, like this giant listening device to what's on the hearts and minds of women and girls around the world. Our network is about 30% young women under the age of 25. And we're channeling their stories and voices to media outlets like the CNN and Reuters and Huffington Post. But we're also training young women and women of all ages in citizen journalism, how to write op-ed stories, how to report from their cell phones, and also just connecting through the power of community so that women don't have to feel alone. Any woman or girl who can get to an online connection can actually connect. So in essence, it's like a dream come true. I never imagined that this could be possible. I remember the moment when I suddenly woke up and realized that, oh my God, I have like 10,000 friends in every corner of the world. And no matter where I travel, there's a bed I can stay in, or someone will take me in to give me a hot meal. And that power of sisterhood and feeling so deeply connected is a revelation.
Well, that's an amazing story, and I think everyone would agree that we have 4 amazing women sharing their personal experiences, very grassroots and startup, which is important for these girls who are going to venture out into the world. Some will start companies and programs on their own, and some will venture off into large corporations. But this is all valuable insight. I think if Arianna was listening or here, she would say that these 4 women are exactly fearless, and I think that's an important example and message for all of you. So amazing stories, all of you. This summit is about economic empowerment. So you've all talked about what your companies are doing. Can you talk a little bit about what the economic impact of what you're doing has or may have on women? And Judith, we'll start with you, but I'm just going to ask you to unmute your microphone because I know that there was some background noise that we had to mute you. Oh, you're still muted.
Okay.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. So, of technology on the lives of the women that I have interacted with is, I'll start with our training program for the girls who come from the slums. One thing we realized is that careers in technology are actually well-paying or better paying than what they had access to. Before, when we select the girls, we usually ask them, so what do you want to be? And all they'll just be like, they'd be like in sales. They only talk about people who they have seen, the people around them. And the people around them are their parents, they're just watchmen, they're ladies who wash clothes in people's houses. So they don't really have big dreams, or they're even afraid to actually say what their dreams are. So as we take them through the training program, which is a 1-year training program, of course, we want them to end in the field of technology, but even if they don't, we like to encourage them to go somewhere close. And for the ones who pass through our training program, some of them have managed to get jobs, and we try and get them placements. So from these jobs, they've been able to improve their lives, change their families. Some of them, whenever we talk to them, they tell us that they have a brother in university, and we're like, so why aren't you in university? And they're like, there wasn't enough money, and their parents had to select one person, and that was the brother. And that's actually a common case here in Africa. So this training program gives them an opportunity to end the cycle of poverty. Also from the interactions in Akirachix. Akirachix is predominantly a space of networking for women in technology. So we hope that through the interactions, women will come up with different initiatives. And some women have gone on to found businesses from just meeting in Akirachix. And one of the great things to see is these businesses growing and employing people from our training program and just other ordinary ladies. So that changes the lives of the ladies in Akirachix and the ladies who we interact with. So generally what we do in Akirachix is, what we aim to do is to expose ladies to the opportunities available. It may sound like a small thing, but just introducing a woman to the internet, a young lady to the internet, and showing her the resources that she can use, it truly changes their outlook to life, and they start having big goals. You know, because even as we want them to achieve greatly, to improve their economic standards, it really starts in the mind. So giving them all this exposure changes their mindsets, and it also changes the mindset of the people around them. So apart from just improving their economic ability, I think we also just improve how they view life. You know, now they are more hopeful. After the training program, we like talking to them, and it's great to see that, you know, they have hope in their eyes, you know, for a better future. And for me, that's really the best thing.
I couldn't agree more. Aliza, would you like to go next?
And yet again, Judith covers so many of the topics.
I promise you get to answer first on the next question.
I actually love it. I love it. Don't even change the order, because to me, I feel like she is speaking the voice of this generation, which I am so grateful to see that the work of many of us, those of us who were there 10, 20 plus years ago, this is what we want to see. This is what we want to hear. I think more than anything, any of the work that any of us are doing, where we are embracing technology, leveraging technology for our personal lives, for our professional lives, we are pioneers. We still are pioneers. We are role models. We are empowering other women. I still hear weekly from women who say that Cybergrrl and Webgrrls inspired them to learn how to use the computer, to learn how to get onto the internet, to learn how to use technology in general and not be afraid of it. And by doing so, they improved some aspect of their lives and their families' lives, the lives of people in their communities, whether it be getting a better education, getting a better job. I hear from women who were secretaries, or as we call them now, administrative assistants, who learned technology around the web and became webmasters, became business owners. I hear from mothers who are at home with their children looking for new opportunity. Because of the internet, they started businesses from home based on the internet. I hear about these opportunities that women seize, that the internet has given them voice. They are starting organizations to support other women, to support girls. They are starting organizations and companies that are having tremendous impact on their communities and on our world. So if you think about the incredible channels of power that can be tapped into by embracing the internet, I think that we're going to hear a lot of stories throughout the day and on this panel of specific women doing amazing things because of technology and the internet. So the impact is tremendous. The financial independence, the connection to the world, all of these things bring each of us more power than we had before. And collectively, we can do amazing things.
Thank you. Manuela, you've been waiting patiently. Would you like to share some thoughts?
Absolutely. Well, jumping off of the last set of comments, what we're really trying to do is to connect these women to the global agritech market. And here we are looking at 2050, we're going to have 9 billion people, we're going to have to feed. Estimates range between 50 and 70% increase in our food productivity. It's possible, but we have to increase our yields. And that's going to happen through know-how, through technology. And as you look around in China, for example, in Africa and Latin America, the story repeats itself. It's the women who are the majority in making the decisions about what technologies are going to be used, what seeds are going to be sown, and also taking care of their children and the community impact. And so when you think about the fact that, for example, in Kunming, they're starting to have education programs, over 50% of the people who show up are women who want to have the education. And now in Wuhan, there was the founding of the first National Women's Agritech Association. So you're starting to get real movement of women who are coming out, and it's a major blind spot. The companies that are developing the technologies and the companies that are bringing it to China, that are distributing it, and the people who are investing in these technologies have not taken note of the major force that women play in deciding how their technologies are going to be implemented. So if my database and if my information service can manage to reflect the actual needs on the ground locally, then hopefully we can demonstrate very simply from a financial perspective that there is value in focusing on women's needs in the agricultural space, then hopefully as these people are developing their technologies and thinking about educational programs and distribution processes, they'll think about the women who will actually be using their products. And if they want to succeed in technology transfer, they can't continue to ignore this massive group of women, not only for their economic benefits, but also for feeding the globe going forward.
I think that there's an important message that we could take from the previous panel as well as from this panel, and that's non-renewable resources and extracting higher yields from what exists, and how technology will play an important factor in that. And there's two levels to that. So there's the mining resources, oil and gas, we talked about in the last panel. Now we're talking about feeding our population, the ever-growing population, and the importance that technology will play in that. I will also point out that there's another layer which we touched on, which is the environment. And in doing that, what are the impacts to society and the environment? I'm going to just ask, because I wasn't very clear when we spoke yesterday, what Agritech actually means, and if you could just outline just very quickly what you mean by technology, because female farmers in China and technology don't seem to correlate. So can you explain to everyone what that means?
Yeah, absolutely. Smart Agriculture Analytics has come up with an acronym, AIRE, A-I-R-E. So it's approaches, information, resources, and equipment. Approaches would be systems-wide methodologies like organics, permaculture, zero tillage. Information relates to mostly connecting to information platforms. So in Africa, for example, there's been incredible examples of connecting farmers through their cell phones to understand what the market prices are and how to access those markets. So GPS systems, GIS systems would also count. Resources is the raw goods that go into agriculture, so seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides. And then equipment is what you would most obviously think of when I say Agritech, tractors, greenhouses, irrigation systems, the list goes on. And because we are focused on being sustainable at SAA, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to use a really high-tech solution. It could be, for example, something that's been used historically in China is zero tillage systems, where you don't, after you gather your crops, you don't necessarily have to turn the land over, and that releases nitrogen dioxide, and you lose a lot of your nutrients in the soil, and you have a lot of water runoff. So we're looking at really trying to create a platform that reflects the local level need. We don't want to impose the most expensive, most high-tech solution. It's about understanding what is the need in that specific location, which is enabled by amazing technologies today to understand what they need, and then reflecting that information on a global scale so that the value chain can integrate those local needs globally.
Great, thank you for that. Jensine.
Yes, similar to the other panelists, there are two main benefits that I see for women and girls accessing the web. And the first is the exposure to opportunities and information that can be life-changing for them. And the second is the shifting of the mindset, as the other panelists also touched on. But there are just so many barriers for women and girls economically, and also to access the web around the world, whether they may have a disability and cannot get out and be very mobile, whether they are living in a place like Saudi Arabia, perhaps, where they can't even go out on the street by themselves or drive, or perhaps they have been even fed last in their family and have been getting the message their whole life that they don't matter. So to me, even though there's a lot of external things that are suppressing women, one of the biggest things is women and girls themselves suppressing their own voice because they don't think that they matter. And that's the huge transformative benefit of connecting to the web. We see that as women come on and they see other role models through the global community, they say, oh my God, there's a woman in South Africa who's starting her own business, I can do that too. Or they're accessing new scholarships or fellowships or even grants or funding opportunities that they weren't aware existed. And you also need to have that acclimating to the web, that guiding, that training, so that those opportunities can be found. Because for a lot, it's very intimidating when you come online. It's like, oh my God, I know there's this world of opportunities out there, but I don't know how to find it. And we have this great luxury, often for us in the United States, where it's so easy to connect and so fast, and you can surf all day long. But for a lot of girls and women, your page is takes 10 minutes to download, and it's like finding a needle in the haystack to find those opportunities. But and that's partly what World Pulse does. We have an online bulletin board of opportunities, scholarships, fellowships, and resources. We've found that with our surveys that 18% of those that have come onto our community have received funding or a job. Those who go through our training, that jumps up to 35%. But the most important figure is that self-confidence, and 62% who have responded to our survey said they experienced extreme boost in self-confidence.
Great, thank you.
One quick example of a story is that there was a young woman in Uganda who was going to lose her land, and her seventh brother died of HIV/AIDS. All of her brothers died, and her last brother passed away that afternoon. And the village elders were going to come to take away their land. So she texted on her phone, our network, and said, my brother died an hour ago, I'm going to lose my land. All of her nieces and nephews were going to get kicked off because of the male inheritance rights. But immediately she got texts and messages from hundreds of women from all across the world saying, you have the right to that land. You don't have to leave that land. You can stand up. And she got so much confidence from that the village elders came, and her mother stood strong and said, we are not going to leave. We know we can have right to this land. And it was the first time in the history of that village that the village elders backed down, because they just stood up for themselves.
Well,
and then today she got a new job and was elected a leader of her village of 700,000, a youth leader of her village of community of 700,000 youth.
That's a great story. Thank you so much for sharing that. Ladies, I think we could go on for hours in conversation, but I will tell you that we only have 10 minutes left before we go to Q&A. So I have one very important question that I would like to make sure gets asked before we do that. This summit is an opportunity for the 21 delegates who are here in this room to have a voice and to make recommendations for change to the G20 leaders. And the value of hearing your stories and sharing your experiences is phenomenal, but what we also want is some concrete advice, suggestions that they can take away when they're coming up with their plan and suggestions. So what I'm hearing and what I strongly believe is that access is critical to the economic empowerment and success of women globally, whether it be mobile technology in Africa to having access to the greatest technology in some of the more developed countries to be able to further their education in some of the STEM-related faculties. What steps do you think governments need to take? And I'm going to tell you we have 8 minutes. What steps do you think governments need to take to ensure that women and girls have access to technology? And Aliza, I'm going to start with you.
Well, the first thing I'm going to say is I encourage all of you to watch a film called Girl Rising.
We're watching it tomorrow.
There you go. It is fundamentally that layer that we need to put in place, educating our girls in order to then build from there. So I would encourage the G20 representatives to watch Girl Rising as well. So the other things are, besides access to education, is a change in attitudes. So many countries are suppressing women's voices, and women are definitely out of the equation. We need our government leaders to look at the value of bringing women's voices to the top, to the forefront. And then the final thing is funding, putting money toward those programs, especially the grassroots programs that are very specifically reaching out to women and to girls in communities around the globe. They need money, and I encourage those organizations to look at crowdfunding as a way of pulling money in through social networks and through our connections to help fund their very valuable and important efforts.
Very good points. Thank you. Jensine, would you like to go next?
Yes. Well, first of all, I will say to all of the delegates that are there, I know that we did crowdsource recommendations from our global community, and you have hundreds and hundreds of recommendations directly from the grassroots women and girls themselves on what to do, and you have received or will receive a packet for their recommendations. So in lieu of my own voice, I think that's the most important, and carrying their voices will be so meaningful to them. And being able to, for you to come on to our community as well and share back the impact of their voices being heard at this really incredible World Summit will empower them and bring them incredible confidence to go on and be change agents in their own countries. So I encourage you to do that. So meaningful. And the base of what I see as I've been reading these stories is certainly access to online education is a critical accelerator for girls, and not just the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3s, but the kind of education that is also vocational and skills-based and income generating is very important to them. Real world skills, and also the empowerment of online communities and networking and support networks. And then I also agree completely on funding and supporting the grassroots women entrepreneurs, women like Judith, who are ICT entrepreneurs and out there on the ground in the communities, inspiring a whole new generation of girls behind them to come online and to be a part of this wave of technical revolution and voice.
Thank you. Judith, why don't we finish with our Google Hangout panel?
Okay, I totally agree with everything the panelists have said. And I think one thing we need to keep in mind, especially since we all come from different countries and different cultures, we need to find a way of working with culture to encourage the uptake of technology. Many times culture is seen to be a barrier, but I think we'd have a breakthrough if we find a way to use culture, the different cultures that we are, to encourage uptake of technology. I'll give an example here in Kenya. We have most of the high schools that we have are usually for boys and for girls. So people are usually separated at high school level. And for us, that's actually an opportunity to encourage ladies to take up technology because there's very little bias in the girls' school. Another thing I would encourage the ladies to do as they develop policies or action plans for the leaders is to get champions who are men. There are very few women in high positions. So in the short time we've been doing some work, we have realized that it's good to get champions who are men, who buy into your idea and who support you and will speak for you in places where you cannot reach. So those are my main takeaways. Of course, education is very important. Digital literacy is very important, especially when dealing with women.
Great, thank you so much. And Manuela.
Yeah, I can only reiterate what has been mentioned before and look at it from an agricultural perspective. The story that we were told about the woman in Uganda by Jensine is so relevant, I think, around the world and certainly in China, to think about encouraging legal reforms as far as relates to land rights, land deeds. That's incredibly important. So if that could be a policy issue that would interest some of you to take up, I would recommend that. And then also education, certainly in terms of agricultural outreach and extension services. there's an incredible opportunity in these trainings, again, to integrate women, and so that not only the people who are actually in effect implementing agricultural technologies have the best tools, but also so that the people in their community, not just the women, but the men also recognize how critical the women are in the entire system. There's so many cases where even though the majority of the people implementing the technologies are women, the people who are receiving the trainings are their fathers or their brothers or uncles. And as a result, the information doesn't actually reach the people who will need to use it. So again, reinforcing education, and then also, legislation that reflects the needs of women.
Right. So I think some common themes to take away from this panel of very dynamic women, very entrepreneurial and very brave women, is that access is critical at every level, whether it be in remote areas in Africa. And I think our discussion earlier about the balloons that Google is producing for the future, where it will provide mobile access to remote areas, is an interesting technology that will definitely help in this space. But access to technology, the empowerment that it provides for women. So when you give women information, when you give them that access, it empowers them to make change. And I think it also, in some cases, gives them the respect that they need in their culture, in their society, in their village, through the change that they make with this access. So some really interesting insights, and I'm sure there are so many questions from the girls on the floor, so I would like to move to question period. We have one here in the front.
My name is Lara. I'm representing Brazil, and I want to make a question to Manuela, not because she's Brazilian like me, just because, but we have a very serious common topic. It's because agriculture. So I live in the northeast region in Brazil, and suffering because of the lack of rain, and it gets really difficult to family get their economy well. So the prices of food get really high. We suffer in the city, and the people from the country suffer too. So how can smart agriculture can avoid this loss of crop during dry periods, and how can this empower women too?
Good question.
It's a great question, and it's a question that I think we'll be facing for decades to come. I don't have the solution, but the idea is that smart agriculture analytics or any platform that can reflect local needs would ultimately bring together all the best technologies, and then we can start, throwing them against the wall to see what sticks and testing them out in different locations. So the technologies that would be used in rural China are going to be so different than the technologies that you need to use in rural Brazil. And so our hope is that we can, starting in China, but hopefully soon in Brazil, reflect the local level needs, so that we would have data coming out of the Northeast and Ceará and reflect then the technologies that would be best for your communities and the family farmers to use.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
Hi, my name is Morgan, and I'm representing Canada. This is a question that we talked about before, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Women make up a majority of tech product users, but there aren't very many women coders. Why do you think that is?
I'd love to jump in. Having worked in the internet industry since the early 90s, and this exact question was posed back then, 20 years later, it's still being posed. So I believe that some of the fundamental answers are the same. Women need to step up to be role models, to be seen and heard when they are doing great work with technology. Girls need those role models. They need to see that there's someone like them doing this kind of work. We need to support the programs in the educational institutions that are addressing technology and understanding that girls in these programs are often in the minority, and there's not always a great environment for them to feel included. I still hear from girls who are going through computer sciences programs at university, and they feel left out. They feel intimidated. They're not being heard. I had people visit from around the world while I was running Cybergrrl in the 90s, asking, how do we keep our girls engaged? And I said, do you have any women teaching coding? No, we don't. Is that important? Well, of course it's important. Do you have any women leading groups helping girls overcome these obstacles? Oh no. Do we need to do that? Well, of course you need to do that. So putting things in place so girls can take those steps with women at the lead, I think that is incredibly valuable and can help make a great difference.
I think that's a very good point, and something that we heard on the McMaster video was one of the mandates of the school was to double the number of female faculty members in engineering, and they believed that by having female faculty members would impact the number of female students and that they attracted, and I think that they're finding that they're having success with that, so very important. Do we have any other questions? Yes.
My name is Elena, and I'm from Russia. And thank you to all the speakers. It was really interesting. And so you were talking about the past of technology, and you were talking about the present of technology. But what I want to know, how do you see the future of technology, and especially what will be the place of and role of women in this future? Thank you.
Oh, who wants to tackle that one?
I could tackle some of it.
Okay.
Just part of it. When I think about the future of technology, and that's something I really think about whenever I'm working with Akirachix, and the role of women in that future. I want us to define what role we're going to play. I want, whenever I work with Akirachix, like the previous speaker had said, very many women are tech users. So I envision a time when we'll have more women who are tech creators, who are creating technological solutions for themselves. So I think the challenge is upon us to create the future we want. So I guess that's what we're doing here, and this is a really great initiative and a great forum.
Thank you.
I'll jump in as well. I think the future is incredibly exciting, and if we continue to follow the path of what the other panelists are creating, we have not yet seen how we can harness the technology for social good that is possible. We're going to see this a much bigger force, especially as women are coming in more and more as the designers of the technology itself. Currently, it's so imbalanced in terms of the hardware, in terms of the software, and as more and more women are coming on and actually designing what's going to meet the needs of the other half of humanity and also for themselves, we're going to be able to truly tap into something that does not yet exist on the planet. So that's kind of the great unknown in terms of what our future is, but I have great trust in women and knowing that it's going to be a much improved society, and also a society where more and more women will have the power of their own voice, and at a touch of a button they can access whatever information resources they want, or they can call for help or activate an entire community and just not feel so alone and so silenced.
I'd like to add one thing as well. The young women in the room right now who are listening in here, please look to your left and look to your right. You are the future. You are the future of technology. The ideas you get from us today and the ideas that you already have in your heart and in your minds, that is the future.
Thank you for the, actually, I'm going to have to wrap it up and say goodbye to our panelists that are on Google Hangout. It's been a real pleasure, and I think you've brought some amazing insight to these girls, and we really appreciate you taking the time and sharing that with us. So thank you very much, and I hope to connect with you again soon.
Thank you.
Manuela, you and I have a little bit of time to talk while they are getting ready for the next Hangout. So you had something you wanted to add.
Yeah, I think what we heard in the response to the last question about what we would imagine for the future of technology, we heard a lot about potential uses and also maybe designing the platforms. Something that I'm really excited about, and it's just booming now, is something called big data. And it's a totally, it's frontier kind of work, and nobody really knows how that's going to look. And I think that's a really awesome opportunity for women to get involved, because it's the sky's the limit and your imagination is the limit. And they're looking to implement big data in every industry.
Absolutely.
So it doesn't have to be a technology-focused industry. You don't necessarily have to go into technology to be involved in technology, as you were describing earlier. So if you wanted to go into fashion and understand how big data impacts women's buying or people's buying decisions or merchandising decisions, or in my case, trying to understand how farmers are using technology globally. I think that's a really exciting field that has very specific, opportunities for women in the immediate future.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point, and I'm going to keep hammering, is that technology is not just about code, just as engineering is not just about building bridges. I think what we want you to take away from today is that technology is in everything that we do. And it's not necessarily being the engineer, but it's understanding and being involved in technology and having, even if it's just utilizing technology tools, that's important for all people, and especially for women, because they seem to be lagging in some respects. So when we talk technology, it's not just about writing the code to be the programmers. It's really, and the fashion industry is a really great example. I know in New York, for instance, the largest startups by women is in the fashion industry. So recognizing that e-commerce is booming and that people are purchasing online, we're starting to see some interesting e-commerce businesses, tech businesses that are coming, starting up in tech and beauty, and very successful female-led companies. So open up your mind. It can be anything that you can imagine. Do we have time for another question? Yeah. Okay. We have Manuela here. So if you have any other questions as it relates to agriculture, I know I find it extremely fascinating, and it's a problem that's just going to continue to get worse. Are there any other questions? Because I can ask away. Yes.
Hello, I'm Yumin, and I'm from Korea. And since I am really interested in environment, and currently I'm associated with United Nations Environment Program in Korea. And when I was in Chiang Mai last month, we were discussing about food security, and the conference name itself was the first ASEAN +3 future leaders for water, and we basically talked about how to educate those kind of rural farmers to so that they can stand up without direct help. So but we all, since we were not that professionals, we were really hard time solving. I mean, to think about how we can approach to these people. So I just want to ask you at the first time did you go to China and then just did your projects or business? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. In response to the second part of your question, I moved to China 6 years ago to be a journalist. And I moved from general journalism. I was reporting for Newsweek. and started just covering environmental issues, clean technology, and engineering, and also had been a food writer for over a decade. And my two interests really intersected when I started hearing from Chinese chefs that they wouldn't use local food, and then I would visit farms, and you understand that there's so much environmental degradation and natural resource restriction there. And at the same time, you look in the environmental industry and the clean tech industry, and they weren't talking about agriculture. And now they're starting to talk about water, so it's very exciting to be in this area. And my background as a person in media and doing entrepreneurial activities led me to want to create a platform like SAA. And I also think, as you've seen with these other women, media, and if you look at Elaine also, media is a really great area, I think, for women to be involved. You have to be skilled in so many ways, and I think women are very good at multitasking and at thinking about communities and bringing people together and being managers. So it felt very natural for me to continue in the media space and connect the providers of technology with the users of technology. In terms of what you're describing with farmers and helping them stand up, I think one great opportunity is foods like organics or natural foods, products that consumers are willing to pay more for. I would hope that eventually the whole world could understand that there's value in paying more for food, and that a lot of that should go into helping the people who actually grow our food for us. And so if there is a way in the market to educate farmers about the opportunities in organics and natural foods or in fair trade, for example, they would be incentivized to use more sustainable methods in their farming because they understand that economically they will benefit as well. And so if they could also be incentivized to use water-saving resources or approaches that have a longer-term impact, those are ways that you can connect the farmer into the global economic system, and they will also hopefully benefit. Another really cool innovation in technology is using your phone to then track products. There's a lot of really cool startups out of California and in the Midwest in the United States that would help consumers understand if they can, they could take the QR code from a product and understand where that food product came from. And if we can connect the consumer with the farmer, that's a really great opportunity where the farmer can grow products in a way that has, more economic benefit for them, and the consumer would be more willing to spend that money.
Great. Can you talk a little bit about fair trade and the impact it has on society? You touched on it a little bit, but I think there's another key message there for the girls to take away. So what does fair trade mean, and what's the economic impact and environmental impact of fair trade?
Yeah, absolutely. There's fair trade, which seeks to ensure a living wage for farmers. And then there's so many types of certification systems now. You have natural and you have organic. And natural just means that you're not using chemicals, but it doesn't necessarily receive the organic certification. Organic certification is a step further, and it's a globally wide recognized certification system. It's a little expensive for farmers, so sometimes natural is actually a better solution for them. And that's what's nice about all these certification schemes is that it gives the consumer confidence that they're buying a product that merits that extra cost. And now the thing that's unfortunate is that some farmers can't afford that certification, or they aren't educated yet enough to understand what it takes to be certified. But the hope is that eventually you can have the market grow and you have consumers who are willing to spend that money and are educated about the farmers and the people who are producing their food, and the people who are producing the food are therefore incentivized to enter that kind of market.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. And thank you for sticking around. I think we are ready for our next hangout. So I'm going to ask you to step down from the stage, and hopefully you'll stick around so that the girls can ask more questions after the session today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Manuela. Lauren.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you. Everyone, our next hangout is with Lauren Bush-Lauren, and we're so happy to have her here with us. Before we start question and answers, I'm going to just give you a little bit of background on Lauren. So Lauren Bush-Lauren is the chief feeder and co-founder of Feed Projects, a company with the simple mission of creating good products that help feed the world. Lauren is also the co-founder and chairman of the board of the Feed Foundation, a nonprofit organization that supports programs and organizations that are effectively working to fight hunger and eliminate malnutrition throughout the world. For her work with Feed, Lauren was named one of Fortune magazine's most powerful women entrepreneurs in 2009 and one of Inc. magazine's 30 Under 30 in 2010. So Lauren, we are so happy to have you here. Thank you very much for hanging out with the girls today.
Thanks, Brad.
And I'm assuming, are you in New York?
I am. I'm in New York.
Great. So, Lauren, my first question. The Girls Summit, among other things, provides perspective and exposure to global issues for the 21 young women who are here with us. You became an honorary spokesperson for the UN World Food Program and traveled to Chad with this organization. Can you tell our delegates about that experience and how it may have impacted you? I think there's a lot of parallels there.
Yeah, my journey to starting Feed and doing what I'm doing now really did start when I was a student. So I had the awesome opportunity, starting as a sophomore in college, to travel around the world with the UN World Food Program. So actually got a bit of funding from my university the summer between my junior and senior years and went to Chad, Lesotho, and Tanzania. But also gone to Guatemala, Honduras, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, and other countries. So, you know, that was obviously extremely life-changing. I was very interested at the time, and still am, obviously, in studying development work, and I was majoring in anthropology. And really, the World Food Program was looking to spread awareness among students, and I was just so lucky that they basically kind of chose me to be a student spokesperson. So through that, you know, they really took me to see their operations firsthand, and that was really my first exposure, I would say, to kind of poverty on that level. And after seeing that and playing with kids, you know, may just literally are stunted because of malnutrition and may not know where their next meal is coming from, that's what really inspired me to want to do more. And that's where the kind of idea for the feedback came up.
Right. Well, I think the idea to want to do more is something that many people have, and ideas are easy to come up with, but it's actually taking that idea and bringing it to fruition, which is the real challenge. And you did exactly that with your Feed program. What I'd love for you to do is talk a little bit about Feed and how it came to be, and just a little bit more about the organization.
Sure. So the idea for the Feed bag, see, I have one here.
Great.
Always one on hand.
I see them everywhere.
So our signature fabric is burlap. So I kind of had this aha moment of, I love design and was studying design at the time, as well as kind of traveling during the summer with the World Food Program, and thought of the idea for the first Feed bag, really because the cost to feed a child in school is so little. So the program that I saw on all those travels I just mentioned that I really fell in love with is called school feeding, where children in 62 of the poorest countries around the world are given a free and nutritious school lunch. And really it's that school lunch that's incentivizing parents to send their kids to school. Kids are staying in school longer, they're learning better. Obviously when girls, you know, get an education, they're more likely to break out of the poverty cycle that they were born into, and their families will as well. So it really has, education, as we know, has all these amazing ripple effects. And I thought, you know, I was shocked. So it cost 10 cents, only 10 cents to give a school meal. And you start doing that math. So you go on these trips and you come back home and, you know, I'm embarrassed to say, but this could have bought 40 meals. Right. And you just start doing that math and it can kind of drive you insane. So the idea I had was, you know, why not design a really cool bag something that's really indicative of the cause. So I chose burlap and made it kind of rugged and cool. And then also, attach a donation to the cost of the bag. So instead of consumers saying, okay, it gives a percentage of profits or proceeds, which is great, this is saying, when you buy this, you're giving X amount of meals. So the first bag feeds a child in school for 1 year. So it's very tangible and very meaningful for consumers because they know exactly the impact their money is going to have or their purchase is going to have. And that's kind of the feed model. So every product we've made since has a number on it, which clearly signifies the amount of meals we're able to give through that purchase or amount of children we're able to feed through that purchase.
That's great, and I think the power of choice is amazing. So when you give consumers the opportunity to give back, you're proving that they are willing to do that. Obviously, you had the awareness from your travels and then this great idea, but I'm sure there were a lot of trials and tribulations from concept to execution. These girls are going to go back home and start up some of their own businesses, organizations. Can you share with us some of those challenges that you faced and struggles and what got you through those challenging times?
Sure. I really had no idea what I was doing and thought of the idea again for the first bag before I even graduated college. So I was a junior in college, finally had the bag by the time I was a senior, but kind of didn't know where to take it from there. And I actually initially intended it for the UN World Food Program to kind of sell themselves as a way to raise money and awareness for the school feeding program they're doing. So about, a year and a half later, I had the bag made. Amazon.com, I met someone at Amazon.com. They placed their first order with us for 500 bags. And I was like, wow, we're in business now. Okay, World Food Program, just sign here on the, contract and we'll ship them the bags and we'll feed, 500 children for a year. Isn't that amazing? And, unfortunately, they just could not do that. They said they came back, their legal team put a kibosh on it and just said, we can't be the seller of a product. So that's when it kind of was like, okay, wow, the way I was intending to do it no longer is going to work. How do I still make this happen? So we have these great bags that I'm proud of, that I think is like a great idea and that I think people would really get behind. And, I have Amazon.com. I have a vendor ready to purchase our bags, a retailer. And that's when I started the company Feed Projects. So we're a for-profit business. We're a social business. We give most of our profits away, or at least half of the profits away. And that I guess was the first of many different challenges. And then you start to learn, okay, what does it take to warehouse and ship and the logistics and put up an e-commerce site and market and message and pay salaries and pay an office, find an office. We worked out of my apartment for 4 years. So it really started and is still very grassroots and small. My team is now a team of 10. So we're still very small and growing, but also at the time I would say, which is something that you guys all have to your advantage a little bit now, is that the idea of a social business is a little more known. Mm-hmm. Obviously I grew up with Paul Newman and his salad dressing that gave back in different models here and there, but I feel like it's really much more prevalent now. And even in America and in different parts of the world, there's a new kind of company standing. So there's an Inc., there's an LLC, and now there's an L3C. And L3Cs or B Corp signify that the company is founded for a social purpose. Mm-hmm. So now there's even kind of infrastructure structures that really call out, that we are a social business. And, yes, we may get investors and we may operate like a normal business because we want to stay around and grow and be profitable and pay good salaries and all that. But really at the core of what we're doing is kind of our social mission and social purpose. So when I started, I had not even heard that term, social entrepreneur, social enterprise, and now I would say it's much more prevalent. So I think it's fun that there's a lot more options and freedom. You don't have to be just a nonprofit or just a for-profit. You kind of like blend that into whatever you want it to be.
It's a very good point, and there have been some hugely successful companies that follow in those lines. Tom's would be one that comes to mind, Warby Parker. You've chosen to help people in countries other than your own. I know that you now are working on some domestic projects, but can you share some of your insights from and learnings and challenges from the work that you're doing in other countries and what struggles you may have encountered from doing that?
Sure, yeah. With other countries, I mean, each country and each situation of hunger is so specific to that country or region. Because obviously hunger can be caused by drought, it can be caused by war and conflict, it can be caused by, so many different things. And really what we do is sort of, feed is the conduit or sort of connector between individuals and organizations that are on the ground in specific programs that are really helping to fight hunger. So we ourselves are not the ones delivering the food aid, but we do work with, UN World Food Program, UNICEF, Feeding America Now in America, and other, more established organizations that are really doing these programs well. So fortunately for us, the issue of sort of how do we get this food to these people, we're not in the nitty-gritty of that. We're more helping kind of market and fundraise, I would say, for those specific efforts. Because it's such a challenge. And Chad, which you mentioned earlier, what I saw in Chad, it's a landlocked country. It's, in between. It's just a tough situation. And really the ground there is very hard to even grow anything. So it's a tough place to live, period. But it also, at the time when I visited refugee camps where Sudanese people were flooding through the border because of, the conflict in Sudan. And so Chad, that's already a very poor country, was now having to support all these other people coming in. And that, was very kind of dire and very tough to see. But I think, each country has their own set of challenges. And I think the key is to find people out there who are really addressing the issues and doing a really good job at it and partner up.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good point to make, that you don't have to do everything yourself and go it alone, that if you find people who are good at one thing and you can develop, as you said, the channel and have the people who know how to get access to partner with them, I think that makes a lot of sense. I have one last question, and then I know that the girls would love to do some Q&A with you. I know that you've begun some expansion plans within the U.S. with Target. So can you talk to us a little bit about the partnership and really around the partnership side of things and how that came to be and why that's important for Feed?
Ever since starting Feed, again, I started because of my experience with the World Food Program and traveling around the world, but I was obviously aware that hunger does exist in America. It's just a different type of hunger, and we're fortunate in America that there is there's more of a safety net, whereas in a lot of these countries there's just not a safety net the way there is in America. So, years down the line, we've done smaller things here, smaller initiatives, but I really wanted to do something big to address the issue of hunger in America, and unfortunately since the recession too in 2007, so after I started Feed, the issue of hunger in America has only gotten worse. So currently 50 million Americans are food insecure, which means, that they don't necessarily know where their next meal is coming from. And that's, really kind of crazy in a country of plenty that issue really does exist. So in thinking of how to do something big, I wanted to find a big partner. And Target really is so philanthropic. They have such a great sense of design, which is also important for me. And I wanted to work with someone who, really got it, and they really do. And so we're launching in a few weeks. Actually, the launch party is in 2 days, which is kind of crazy. The Feed USA collection for Target. So we designed 50 pieces together, from denim shirts to bags to plates to blankets to a bike. And each in the Feed model has a number on it, which signifies the amount of meals we'll be able to give through that purchase. So, and really to speak to partners and the don't go it alone thing, which is so true. You know, a lot of, I've built the feed brand a lot through doing sort of strategic partnerships, and that's not the only way to do it. But it's great when you're doing something like feed, because we don't have a big budget to do marketing the way Target does.
Right.
So they're really paying, for a lot of this amazing brand awareness for us. And on top of that, they've gone behind this in a big way. So the goal for the Target partnership specifically is to give, hopefully, if we sell through a certain amount of products, to give 10 million meals to Americans. So it's a huge goal, and really you can have set those big goals when you have a big partner.
Right.
So I'm very excited about that.
Well, I think congratulations are in order. From 2007 to 2013, you've made some phenomenal progress. So I would love to give the girls the opportunity to ask you some questions. We don't have a ton of time. So does anyone want to start out with questions for Lauren? Where's the microphone?
Hi, I'm Violette, and I represent France. I just had a question regarding what you said about the fact that you don't deliver the food, and I was wondering how you ensure that it actually gets there, and to let people know who the people who bought the bags, that the bag that they bought actually delivered the food, because I know that we face very often today programs where it's like, oh, if you buy a t-shirt, 10 cents will go to this, but it's sometimes hard to feel like what you're buying or it's actually going to reach individuals. And obviously, it's very, very good intention, and it probably gets to the individual, but I feel like sometimes something we regret is that we don't really see the result, because it's kind of lost in this big system, in these big product that say, oh, well, 10 cents will be given to UNICEF or something, but we don't really see the result. So I was wondering how you kind of ensure that that happens, and that people know that the money they give actually goes to that meal.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. First of all, like you said, it is a ginormous system. So even though we've donated over $6 million, which to me is huge, to the World Food Program is not that big, because they're literally delivering food around the world, and governments mainly are funding their work. So it is somewhat impossible to say, okay, this this bag of rice is literally going to go there. But what we do is we earmark specifically to their school feeding program, and then that money does go, to their school feeding program to buy often, which we like to support also, buy locally. So buy, food rations within the countries that the food is then going to go back to support. And I wish I could kind of connect that further for people, meaning to say, okay, if you buy this bag, you're going to feed this exact child or this exact school even. But it's hard to really dial it down, given that these organizations' operations are so big. So what we have done as a way to do that, we do work with artisans in India, in Kenya, and in Guatemala. And when we sell a bag that is made in a specific country, we're able to then give meals in that country. So it creates a 360, and obviously it's doubly good because it's supporting the livelihood of artisans within that country. So that's just one way we can kind of connect it a little bit closer. And I think it depends on, what cause you're trying to address, and as to how kind of micro you can get into actually who specifically you're helping. And the way we've been able to dial it down is really the meal numbers and the metrics. So we're not just giving blindly to the World Food Program. Again, we're kind of specifying it's their school feeding program. And truly it comes down to going, I go on at least 1 or 2 trips a year with them to visit different programs and see it in action. But it does come down to trust. I'm not in their day-to-day operations. I'm, trusting that they're a well operating and effective organization, and that this program is really working for kids. And that's what I've seen around the world. But again, I'm not there day to day, literally handing over the bag of food. So I think it really does come down to trust.
Yeah, and working with credible organizations, as you said. I think we have another question.
Hi, Lauren. I'm Linda. I'm the delegate from Australia. I just had a quick question to ask, which is the whole phenomenon of slacktivism that came up last year with the whole Coney 2012 campaign, that kind of thing. Do you feel that people who are buying feed bags or the other feed merchandise which you're introducing, do you think that's quite, I guess, a superficial involvement in the whole field of activism from people who only perhaps buy a bag but then don't really grow to understand the whole field of development which it underpins? And if so, like, how do you think that the transition between someone becoming buying a bag and really becoming interested and involved in these sorts of issues might occur?
Good question. Yeah, I know, slacktivism, I love that term. Really though, in thinking, for me, slacktivism was somewhat my goal, meaning world hunger, I just think is this massively overwhelming issue, and very few people actually want to dedicate their lives to working and addressing world hunger. So I set out to create kind of an easy way for people to get involved in hunger, and that's where the idea for the feedback came. So in a sense, and hopefully what I always say is, the number one goal is obviously raising funds. So every bag sold, whether someone really cares or doesn't really care, we're still going to make that sale and get that donation. Hopefully they care. And hopefully, more importantly, all of our bags, the branding on them, our products, we don't make just bags, but has feed really giant. And the hope is that it really becomes a conversation starter. And I've experienced this, as an anonymous person walking down the street, people will say, oh, wait, what's feed? And hopefully the person who's carrying that bag knows what it means and can explain it. So for me, I really do want to engage people who, hopefully maybe feed will be the entry point for them really to being educated about hunger and wanting to get more involved. And that's why actually we did start a feed foundation. So for people who want to donate more or get more involved in different ways, we have a feed foundation, which they can do that through. But for the most part, the majority of our money's been raised, through people who just want to do a little something or want to give a gift that has like a little bit more meaning. And that's where, the feed bag and feed projects, the for-profit company comes to play. So, I would hope, I just think we're all so busy and everyone has 8 million things and 8 million causes. And I would love for everyone to kind of dedicate their lives to solving hunger. But I know that's probably not going to happen. So, for me, I guess I'm more of a realist and saying, okay, at least if they can do a little something, and here's that little something, buy one of our products because we will guarantee we'll give X amount of meals. That's kind of a step, an entry step, I guess, if you will.
Great. I think we have time for one very quick question and one very quick answer, Lauren. Do we have someone who can ask a quick one?
Okay, I'll keep it really short. So I'm Carmina. I'm the delegate from Japan, and actually I founded an organization called the Sustainable Fashion Initiative at your alma mater, your undergraduate alma mater.
Hi.
Hello. So I had a question about, whenever I think of the fashion consumption sphere, there seems to be two main trends that come up. The trend of using fashion as in social good, like feed bags and Tom's shoes, this buy one, give one concept. But there's also a very prevalent rising trend of fast fashion or using some very environmentally harmful chemicals to create fast fashion and create very cheap fashion.
Can we get you to ask the question, because we really are short on time?
Okay. So I was wondering, how do you think these two trends intersect that we can leverage to create our own sort of initiatives and businesses like yours?
Of fast fashion? Yeah, I think, I think the world is moving so much more quickly. Every year it seems to speed up more and more, and this notion of H&M and Forever 21 and Zara and all these companies that kind of see things on the runway and immediately copy and put out there. I don't know. I think there does need to be kind of this movement back towards slow fashion and really caring about where your products come from, and not caring in a sense of, oh, I care, but caring in a sense of, I'm not going to buy something unless I truly believe in this brand or this company. And there's a great study that just came out last year from Edelman, where it says that 89% of millennials, if price and quality are the same, would prefer to buy consume from a brand or buy from a brand that stands for something that's socially good or gives back in some way. So there definitely is a growing consciousness, and especially among our generation, for products and for companies that are, truly and meaningfully giving back and, ethically sourcing and all that. So I'm very hopeful that that's kind of the direction we're moving, but, there is kind of this tidal wave of fast fashion. So I don't know. We'll figure that one out.
Well, Lauren, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. I think you've brought some great insight to the girls that hopefully they'll use over the coming days and with their recommendations. And good luck with your next venture with Target.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Next, we will be speaking with Anne-May Cheng, who is the Senior Advisor for Women and Technology in the Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues in the U.S. Department of State. And I believe, is she ready and on the line? Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and read Anne-May's bio, and she'll be joining us shortly. Anne-May is, as I said, the Senior Advisor for Women in Technology. She develops policy, partnerships, and programs to bridge the gender gap in access to mobile phones and internet, effectively leverage technology to improve and scale development programs for women and girls, and increase the representation of women in the ICT sector. Anne-May has more than 20 years of engineering and leadership experience in Silicon Valley, and most recently was a senior engineering director at Google. Anne-May was recognized as one of the Women in the World 125 Women of Impact for 2013 by Newsweek and the Daily Beast, and holds a Bachelor of Science degree in computer science from Stanford University. I think that this is a very fitting conclusion to our day in that Anne-May will talk about providing access. And I think we would all agree that access is one of the key challenges for women. Hello, Anne-May, how are you?
Good. It's so good to join you guys from San Francisco.
Nice to see you. We've had people from all over the globe on our Google Hangouts. And just to fill you in, I just read the girls and our audience your bio to give them a little bit of background and history, your engineering background, computer science background, and your role at Google as an engineer, and now your work in Washington. So thank you for your patience as well. I believe we're happy to have you here. And what I was also saying is that you're a great conclusion to our day. So we've spent a lot of time talking about technology and women and the importance of access. And in one of the earlier panels, we talked about technology being the new literacy issue, and that people who don't have access are so far behind from a job perspective and an earning potential. So we're really happy to have you here and to get some insight from you. I'll start with my first question. You have an impressive background in technology, both in the private and public sector. Can you tell us a little bit about what your work entails in the U.S. State Department and why you chose to leave the private sector to take this role?
Sure. I'll start with your second question first.
Okay.
I've had a long-term dream in my career, probably for at least 15 or 20 years. I've thought that I wanted to spend the first half of my career in the private sector and the second half in the public sector doing something meaningful, more meaningful, and giving back. And so I sort of reached that point and decided to start that transition with a couple years at the State Department, which would give me a great purview over the range of work that's being done in the development community. In terms of what I do at the State Department, I work in the Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues, specifically on issues related to women in technology. And what that means for me is looking at ways that technology can improve the lives of women and girls around the world. And it primarily falls into three categories. One is looking at purely access to technology, because if women don't have access to technology, it's hard to go much further in the realm of technology. So looking at the gender gap in access both to mobile phones and the internet, and how we can bridge that gender gap so that women have equal opportunities to leverage technology for all the things that they do. The second is really looking at how technology can be a tool for development. So whether it's in health or education or political participation or entrepreneurship, how looking at ways that technology is a tool that can really improve development outcomes and help scale them. And then finally, I look at the way that the technology sector itself can be a huge opportunity for women and girls to have lucrative careers and entrepreneurial opportunities. And so trying to bridge the gender gap in actually the participation of women in the technology sector.
Okay, interesting. So obviously, it's recognized that there is this gender gap. Can you talk a little bit about what you're trying to do and what some of the steps are that you're taking to eliminate that gap and provide more access?
Yeah, the first step in working on the gender gap is actually getting data about what the gender gap is. And about 3 years ago, the GSMA and the Sherry Blair Foundation came out with a groundbreaking study identifying the gender gap in mobile phone access. And before that, I think people didn't even realize that there was a gender gap. And they identified that the gender gap was about 21% in developing countries, in low to medium income countries. More recently, in January, I worked with Intel to put out a study on the internet gender gap and found that the internet gender gap is even greater at 23% in developing countries, and particularly high in some regions. For example, in Africa, the gender gap is 43%, which means that there's almost twice as many men as women using the internet in Africa, certainly putting women at a disadvantage. And so there's a number of programs that are underway, one being the M-Women program at the GSMA, looking at the mobile gender gap. And we're working now on putting together a similar program on the internet side, now that we have data on that front as well. One major step forward this year has been in March, the UN Broadband Commission, which is a very high-profile commission set up by the UN, agreed on a fifth target for the commission specifically to reach gender equality and access to broadband by 2020. And I think that the international community is really starting to take notice that this is an issue that really exists and is an economic issue for all of us, both not enabling women to have the same opportunities as men without having the same kind of access, and also it's an economic opportunity because we found that when people in general don't have as much access to the internet, it does slow down the overall growth of the economy.
You've touched on a lot of points that have been discussed throughout the day. That's why I think that this is a great summation. Access is important at every level in developing and developed nations, from microagriculture to having more women in engineering with engineering degrees. Can you talk to us a little bit about the steps that you are actually taking and the recommendations that are being made?
Specifically on access?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think there's a number of different things. The State Department itself doesn't tend to run programs directly because we're a policy and diplomatic arm. So the kinds of things that we do are really at the policy level. So, for example, working with UN Broadband Commission to adopt their target. I've also worked with, for example, governments to make sure that issues around the gender gap are addressed in their national broadband policies. And then we also work with other organizations, for example, to set up such programs. Secretary Clinton announced was part of launching the M-Women program at the GSMA. And the kinds of issues that we try to tackle, or the reasons for the gender gap, are really around one, affordability is a big issue because women have typically fewer financial resources or less control over the financial resources they have. When something's very expensive, such as internet access can be in some developing countries, it means that women have less access. Right. We also see cultural issues playing a role. And on the affordability front, I should mention that one of the projects I work on is a public-private partnership called the Alliance for Affordable Internet that really tries to address this issue of affordability through promoting best practices in regulation and policy. The second aspect of the reason for the gender gap is really around cultural issues, that in certain areas, cultural issues mean that for example, women may be discouraged or even banned from using mobile phones or the internet because there's concerns that it may lead to promiscuity. And so therefore their husbands or their fathers don't want them to use the internet, and then it becomes a resource that's not available to them. We also see issues around just digital literacy, that women often may not be as familiar with technologies because they're too busy sort of managing all the other responsibilities in their lives, and unless they're sort of shown the capabilities that technology can offer them and sort of how it can improve their lives, they may not seek it out on their own. And so that becomes a big issue as well.
Great, thank you. I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk about STEM-related careers. And there was a lot of discussion earlier about the gender gap in STEM education and careers. You obviously were probably one of few women in your class. And can you share some insight about your experiences in computer science, and also when you started your career in technology? What kind of experience you had, and if you can share some insight as a woman in that field.
Sure. The first thing, if I can mention, is just that I think that lumping the gender gap into the broader bucket of STEM is a little bit overgeneralizing. What we found that, at least in the United States and in several other countries as well, the gender gap in science has largely disappeared, at least in the natural sciences.
Yes,
so we actually, it's actually the TEM that we're seeing more of the issues today.
That's a very good point.
And so I think that sometimes it's misleading when we talk about STEM. In computer science in the United States, we've been pretty flat at about 18% undergraduate degrees being awarded to women in computer science, despite huge numbers of efforts in trying to bridge that gap. And so, the good news is that there's a lot of attention being paid. The bad news is we're not moving the needle.
Right.
And what I would say from my experience is that while programs that support women and girls are incredibly important, I think there's also a challenge in the way that both the teaching of computer science and the workplace have been structured, because it has been largely male-dominated in the past. And so inevitably, the culture that's been created around how we teach and how we work around computer science becomes more oriented towards the way that men prefer to work. And so one of the things that we found is that the way that we teach computer science is very mechanical. We teach people, sort of the syntax, we teach people algorithms, we have them do bubble sorts and quick sorts and so forth. And what we found is that when we teach computer science that way, it's a way that men learn well, but that women tend to lose interest, that it seems way too mechanical. Women tend to find computer science more interesting when they can see it as a tool towards another end. It's not an end in and of itself. And so Harvey Mudd College did a great experiment where they shifted their introduction to computer science class, and rather than only focusing on the mechanics, they used a simpler programming language for their introductory class and focused more on real-life problems. And they found by doing that they more than doubled the number of women that decided to choose computer science afterwards. And so I think that there's ways that we can kind of reconceive the way that computer science is both taught and used in the workplace, that it becomes more focused on solving real problems, which will encourage many more women and girls to participate.
That's a very good point. And I guess my next part to that question, so that's as far as education is concerned, can you share any insights once moving to the workplace? So you went from being one of few women in your academic program, and then I'm assuming one of few women in your first job. Can you share some insight and experience from that perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I have throughout my career been one of very few women, either in my class or in my workplace. And one of the biggest changes going to the State Department, working in the Office of Global Women's Issues, is for the first time I'm working mostly with women. So it's a very unusual experience for me. And
you've had to adapt the other way.
Exactly. And so I would say that, working in a largely male-dominated environment is perhaps the biggest reason that we continue to have the gender gap. It's because it is. And we were able to snap our fingers and tomorrow have it be 50-50 men and women. I think that we could largely maintain that. But because it's, there's so many, it's predominantly men in the field, I think some women and girls don't feel like it is something that they would fit into. But I've had a fantastic experience in my career. One of the great things about technology, it's a very merit-driven profession. And so, I've felt like I've been able to be recognized and rewarded based on the work that I did, and not based on my gender. But it is still can be an alienating environment when you're one of very few women who are in the environment. And also, like I said, the cultures really get set up around more the way men work than the way women work. So, for example, in the workplace, what I found is often what's rewarded are sort of the heroics to stay up all night and fix the bug at the last minute before you ship, and less about the planning ahead to make sure that that bug doesn't happen in the first place.
Right. I think Arianna's discussion on that would fit in quite nicely. And May, these ladies have a really interesting opportunity. They will get to use their voice to suggest change to the G20 leaders. Can you maybe make some, with all of your experience and knowledge in creating policy, do you have any suggestions, advice, or anything that you would like to see them take to the G20 leaders as far as closing this gender gap and providing access globally for women?
Yeah, I absolutely, I think it's incredibly important for us to both close the gender gap and ensure that women have opportunities in the technology sector itself. I think following the lead of the UN Broadband Commission, setting up policies at the country level to really look at, as we consider how are we going to expand internet access, to have that not be gender blind, because the reality is that the gender blind policies have led to a gender gap in access. And so really thinking about, for each country, the particular situations, whether it's around affordability or cultural issues or digital literacy or so forth, to put some of those programs in place to ensure that women really do have equal opportunity to access these important technologies. I think on the education and professional side, I do think that I would also encourage us to put policy in place that really encourage women and girls to pursue computer science, not only from an equality perspective and an opportunity perspective, but I think it's become more of a global economic issue, because what we found in the US and Europe is that there are far more computer science is one of the fastest growing fields, and there's far more jobs being created than we're able to fill. So in the United States, the Department of Labor is estimating that half of the jobs being created are not going to be filled based on current trends. And so women are an important part of filling that gap, and when those critical jobs in computing don't get filled, that slows down one of the fastest drivers of the global economy. And so I think it really is not only a women's issue, but an economic issue.
I couldn't agree more. I would like to now open up to the floor for the girls to ask some questions. I think, do we have a microphone? Okay, great.
Hi, my name is Jenny. I'm the United States delegate, actually, and it's so inspirational to see not just a woman in your position, but a Chinese American woman. And I too am from San Francisco, California. My question is, how can young women like myself and a lot of the women in this room get involved with promoting access to the internet and computer programming when we ourselves are not computer programmers? I was actually very discouraged from studying computer programming for many of the reasons you talked about. So I'm just wondering, at this point in the game, what can we do, and especially in respect to our own countries?
Well, I would say, first of all, it's not too late to study computer science. So if it's something that you would consider doing, I think it's one of the most valuable skills that you can have in the modern economy. So, but a lot of the policy work doesn't involve necessarily being a programmer yourself. So I think you can still be an advocate for policies, as well as help be involved in programs that help encourage girls. One of the things that we found really effective is that when we're able to expose girls earlier in their lives to programming and to computer science concepts, it's a better time to engage them than when they get much older. And we've also found that it's actually much more effective to engage girls separately from boys, because at the same age, boys often have been poking around computers on their own out of curiosity or because they're playing video games, whereas girls may not have that same exposure. So when you put boys and girls in the same class, girls often can be a little bit intimidated by the boys who are much more familiar with the technologies. And so separating them out to give them the opportunity to learn at their own pace and to shine has also been effective. So, working on programs such as that, as well as promoting policies that really encourage women and girls in the field, I think are absolutely things you can do without a computer science degree.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other questions?
Hi, my name is Violette, and I'm the representative of France. I just had a question regarding the level you're working at, and I was wondering if you think it's easier to reach a target when you work in maybe like a small company or a small organization, or when you have like more independence but maybe less means? Or do you think it's easier to reach your target when you work like at the state government, where you have maybe less independence but much more means to do what you want?
Can you clarify what you mean by reaching my target?
Like promoting technology for women, do you think it's easier to do it at maybe a smaller level, like if you're part of a small organization or an NGO that promotes technology for women? Or do you think it's easier to do it maybe at like the state level because you work at the government?
Yeah, my feeling is that, and my experience has been that it's all of those are important, and different people are drawn to one or the other, but you can't do one without the other. At the sort of federal government level, which is where I'm working right now, we focus primarily on at the policy level, as well as in bringing together partnerships of major corporations, which, being in a large institution that has the clout of the U.S. government, we're able to do. But it's also essential that the work be done on the ground at the local level, in local school systems, as well as at the local level with NGOs that are actually working with individual women and girls, which we are less able to do at the sort of high level. So I think that whole range is incredibly important, and it's really a matter of sort of personal interest and preference, kind of where you or anyone else may want to work, but they're both important to solving the overall issues.
And I think, Anne May, we've presented the girls with quite a spectrum of people today. So from very grassroots startups to yourself in a government role to senior executives with Google and large mining companies. So I'm sure there's a lot of questions in their minds about which direction they would like to take to make their dreams happen. So I think that was a very great answer to that question.
If I can say, I think one way to think about the difference is at the grassroots level, you have much more in the work that you do. There's much more daily satisfaction because you touch the lives of individual people who you're working with, and you can see their lives transform. You can see the impact. But you're also impacting a smaller number of people. Right. At the policy level or at the more global level, you're able to affect policy and changes which hopefully can have systemic and long-term effect. But day to day, you're not seeing that impact. It's a much longer game. And so it depends sort of your level of patience and appetite for working in one or the other field.
Right, that's very true. Do we have any other questions?
Hello, thank you for your wonderful lecture, I guess. First of all, I know that this is like some kind of like silly question, but have you ever like written books only for women that can like promote, coding things?
Sorry, I'm Anne May. Did you hear that question or?
Have I ever written a book or?
Yeah, only for women, like about like coding thing, because like you are so interested in like educating like women like, in terms of like coding. So I'm just asking. Yeah.
Yeah, so I have not written any books, whether only for women or for everyone. So unfortunately, that's not
yet.
But what I would say is that if I were to write a book, I probably would not write it only for women. What I found is most effective is that it's important to incorporate the needs of women and girls into the mainstream, because that's the only way we can really sustain things. And so if I were to write a book on teaching computer science, I would write one that is oriented around that I think women and girls learn most effectively, meaning really focusing on real life problems and how computer science and programming can be a tool to do so. But I think it would be a book that would also be equally valuable to boys and men. And so it might be a different way of approaching the same problem that might be more appealing to women and girls, but I don't think I would tend to approach that by doing something that was exclusive to women and girls.
Okay, I think we have time for 2 more questions.
Hello, I'm Isabella from Italy, and I was wondering, you said the tech sector makes a lot of new opportunities for women. I was wondering, what about the other 2 sectors? What about the industry and the agricultural sector? Do you think progress is being made right now thanks to technology, or do you think it will be made in our lifetimes?
For the agriculture, and what was the other sector?
The industrial.
Industrial. So I know less about the industrial and agricultural sector, so unfortunately I'm not an expert to speak at that. I do think that we have been making progress overall in terms of more inclusion of women in the workplace writ large. And so, I can't speak to those sectors specifically, but what I can say is that the reason that I kind of focus on computer science and the computing field, that's my background, but because that's where we're seeing the fastest job growth and opportunities. And so, I want to, one of the challenges that we see is that women often choose sectors that are less lucrative and less fast growing. And so that's one of the reasons that their opportunities are limited. So, I really want to encourage women to consider jobs in areas which are both lucrative, where they can earn high salaries and have good opportunities, as well as are fast growing. And so there's going to be jobs available. And computer science is one of the best fields for that.
And if I can just piggyback on that comment, my understanding is in North America there's 17% in jobs in the tech sector, and that pay is 33% higher than the non-tech sector. So if we want to look at gender equality, women have to be interested and have to start looking at jobs in the tech sector, or we're just going to continue this gap as we continue. I think that's, Anne May, would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we have one more question.
Hello, I'm Maggie, the delegate. I wanted to ask you a question or like affordability policies or something like that, because I think it's like a problem that for example, in Argentina, we especially tackle. So thank you.
So the Alliance for Affordable Internet is really aiming at trying to get dramatically more people on the internet. It was launched by Secretary Clinton in January with the aim of getting 1 billion more people online. Because what we found is that people who actually have coverage and get access tomorrow, either at their home or on their mobile phone, but they don't do so because it's too expensive. And the reason that it's too expensive in many countries is because that often there's market failures. Either they're in the market competition, so that some incumbent has over particular infrastructure or resources that causes them to have pricing power, and so they're able to jack up prices to the consumer. Or markets are really inefficient. For example, there's not sharing of infrastructure. So, we often in Africa see, 5 cell towers on every hill, and each of those cell towers has to have diesel carted to fuel it, and then maybe they even have to have someone to guard the diesel, and it's just very inefficient when every company has to do it independently. And so, what we want to do is really encourage practices that support healthy market competition and also help the markets function. Those price savings are passed on to consumers, and hopefully our users can afford to have internet access.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I think that's all we have time for. Anne May, it was a pleasure talking to you, and thank you for taking the time to speak with the girls. I think they'll walk away with some valuable insights that they'll use over the next couple of days. Again, we really appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you so much for having me.
Unfortunately, that concludes our day. I think that there were so many today that we probably could have expanded each panel by a couple of hours and gotten so much value. I'm sure you girls will go home tonight with a whole lot of ideas swirling around in your head. But it's been a fabulous day, and I'm so thankful
And before I
Elaine, you made this look so easy today. We could put the camera on, or we won't, but you navigated us through so much information. So big round of as I was watching all the girls and taking notes and being on their Nexus tablets and trying to figure out how they were going to work all this in, but you did a wonderful, wonderful job. So we are done for today in terms of our official capacity. The girls have a lot of work to do tonight. For those of us who joined us today, I encourage you to come back and join us tomorrow via live stream. Again, we'll be starting at 2 o'clock Moscow time, and tomorrow we'll be discussing opportunity lost with respect to the eradication of early child marriage. I'd like to also take the opportunity again to thank our key partners, Ross, Norton Rose Fulbright, the Gerald Schwartz and Heather Reisman Foundation, Google, Girl App and the United Nations Foundations, Nike Foundation, Novo Foundation, Workbay.net, Macroblue, and the Académie Diplomatique. On with the cameras, our photographer, the people behind the scenes, bringing you the angle shots, my team who are working so very hard. I'd like to say a big thank you very, very much. A big round of applause for those people, please. That does conclude our day. Thank you very much. Spasiba and das vidanya.